心还是难过，我的爱一直不变。无论是 hip hop 还是摇滚，我的爱一直不变。所有美好回忆记录在里面。这种 forever love 那么深，我们的歌那么真，无国界，跨时代，再也不会叫我 kiss goodbye。要每一句能够动人心弦。情人总分分合合，可是我们却越爱越深。认识你，让我的幸福如此悦耳。能不能不要切割，继续唱我们的歌，让感动一辈子都记得。
Athletes, please go to the backstage as soon as possible to wait for their turn. Athletes, please back to the backstage as soon as possible to wait for their turn. 请运动员尽快到后场集合。请运动员尽快到后场集合。中巴转动，世界球动 ，Joy Beaters Uniting the World。女士们、先生们，这里是利百文台一乔氏杯2025中式发球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛国际组第二阶段双败第二轮1到8组5至8场的比赛现场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Level One Club Joy Cup 2025 Heyball Master Super Tour Nanning Station。首先，让我们有请运动员、裁判员入场。First, let's welcome the players and referee to enter the field. 1号台 Table One， 由来自蒙古的格刚奥日本对阵来自印度的阿努杰乌帕尔，裁判员袁义群。2号台 Table Two， 由来自中国香港的叶建宁对阵来自缅甸的杨少杰，裁判员张毅。 3号台 Table 3，由来自文莱的艾哈迈德·陶菲克对阵来自中国台湾的刘正杰，裁判员龚一航。4号台 Table 4，由来自英国的迈克尔·希尔对阵来自印度的桑提普·古拉提，裁判员玉林。5号台 Table 5。由来自印度的西瓦姆·阿罗拉对阵来自中国台湾的范玉轩，裁判员马嘉欣。6号台 Table 6，由来自马来西亚的骆俊龙对阵来自马来西亚的莫景浩，裁判员冯雅琪。7号台 Table 7，由来自蒙古的特拉布哈苏人对阵来自英国的罗伯特·杜比基，裁判员傅东平。8号台 Table 8，由来自中国香港的刘尚基对阵来自泰国的瓦拉塔努，裁判员徐景言。9号台 Table 9，由来自英国的迈克尔·汤姆林森对阵来自英国的亚历山大·奥多诺霍，裁判员王艺轩。10号台 Table 10，由来自马来西亚的里沙哈山对阵来自伊朗的阿里波代尔，裁判员李勇。11号台 Table 11，由来自澳大利亚的杰克麦卡特尼对阵来自中国台湾的周鸿明，裁判员高若飞。12号台 Table 12，由来自蒙古的拉德利格尔达莱对阵来自韩国的朴永俊，裁判员王鹏轩。13号台 Table 13，由来自俄罗斯的切尔尼舍夫阿对阵来自南非的杰森塞隆，裁判员王晶晶。14号台 Table 14，由来自菲律宾的丹尼斯·奥克洛对阵来自伊朗的希纳·瓦利扎德，裁判员刘宇。15号台 Table 15，由来自俄罗斯的 叶夫根尼布对阵来自马来西亚的陈汉斌。裁判员田颖。16号台 Table 16， 由来自芬兰的金姆拉克索宁对阵来自蒙古的铁木真。裁判员何秀红。17号台 Table 17。由来自中国台湾的李博宪对阵来自澳大利亚的托比克拉克，裁判员田海林。18号台 Table 18， 由来自英国的丹尼尔乌姆斯利对阵来自蒙古的阿德利格尔湖，裁判员耿思林。19号台 Table 19， 由来自菲律宾的卡米勒布哈特对阵来自新西兰的海利摩尔，裁判员柴新峰。20号台 Table 20， 由来自英国的加雷斯波茨对阵来自菲律宾的露娜雷加斯皮，裁判员张月秋。21号台 Table 21， 由来自俄罗斯的亚历山大·祖卡耶娃对阵来自中国台湾的孙荣泽，裁判员杨宇龙。22号台 Table 22， 由来自蒙古的刚·罗布森道尔吉对阵来自越南的刘明福，裁判员蒋宇格。23号台 Table 23， 由来自马来西亚的谢建豪对阵来自德国的大卫·达纳尔，裁判员孟令彤。24号台 Table 24， 由来自印度的辛曼舒贾恩对阵来自蒙古的巴纳仁图雅，裁判员金千池。25号台 Table 25， 由来自巴基斯坦的阿凡达德对阵来自美国的宁科，裁判员刘法恒。26号台 Table 26， 由 来自中国香港的叶动邦对阵来自马来西亚的古纳兰。裁判员张婉婷。27号台 Table 27， 由来自的朱利安·阿提拉对阵来自俄罗斯的玛利亚·巴拉坎。裁判员李丹阳。28号台 Table 28， 由来自英国的杰克·惠兰对阵来自南非的大卫·纳坦·安德森。裁判员杨继。2号台 Table 29， 由来自南非的理查德·哈里德对阵自柬埔寨的钱达拉普特。裁判员黄琪琪。30号台 Table 30， 由来自俄罗斯的伊万卡科夫斯基对阵来自西班牙的何塞·德尔加多。裁判员商凯。31号台 Table 1， 来自匈牙利的奥利弗·索尔诺基对阵来自蒙古的敖巴森道尔奇。裁判员陈思寻。由来马赛的不才处理。
马修·塞尔特，你好。请双方选手争夺开球选择权。听我口令，预备。3、2、1，开始。贾巴林获得开球选择权。
Good day everyone and welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour. We've just completed the Division 1 tour a few days back and now already on day 4 of the Super Tour. This is stage 2, international round of play. Now, as you know, in the Super Tour, it's just like the Grandmasters finals where the international players play separately to the Chinese players until we get to the last 32, which is the top 16 internationals against the top 16 Chinese players. In this round, 64 down to 16. This is round 2. Round 1 started last night, 8 p.m. local time here in China. And we will be having round 2 now and round 3 at 6 p.m. later today. So our match for the TV table, professional snooker player from the UK, Matthew Salt, up against Cabalin from Myanmar now. Using the same cue as Raymond, as you know, from Myanmar as well. It looks like a very similar tip shape as well. So you can see this player definitely plays with and trains with Raymond as well. We'll see if he can play like him also. He did win the lag. This is a race to 13 double elimination. Let's just have a look. If these players took a loss yesterday, then we'll know if they are on their last life. Yeah, Matthew Sal taking a loss over Jeremy Chai from Malaysia last night, 13-9. Was quite a close match. 1 break and run each, 2 rack and runs each. 13-9 to Jeremy Chai. So this is a loser's bracket match, which means loser from this match is unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Winner of this match will progress through to keep fighting in the losers bracket, which, as you know, you have to win many more matches than if you are straight through in the winners bracket. On the TV table last night, I'm not sure if you caught that match, Gareth Potts in action against Gan Lufsendorj from Mongolia, 13-9 to Gareth, but it was not an easy win. Young man from Mongolia gave him a tough run of it, was leading at the beginning, but of course experience counts a lot, especially in a race to 13, and that was won by Gareth Potts. 4 break and runs, 4 rack and runs from Gareth, 1 break and run, 5 rack and runs from Lufsendorj. That cue ball is looking like it's going in as well. Made contact with the jump, was a legal shot until the cue ball went in. And that was off his break, which means first visit to the table for Matt Salt. It's cue ball in hand anywhere on the table. Now currently ranked 37th in the world on the professional snooker tour. Got a top 16 and top 32 finish in 2024 in the super stations. Let's see if he can beat that and go further in this tournament. Now, in the losers bracket, you're going to have to fight to make it through to stage 3, where you do meet the top 16 Chinese players. But good chance here to make this finish. There's nothing on the cushion. They're all there. It's just a matter of being on the right side of each ball and trying to make sure of your pattern, rerouting if required. But so far taking these nicely. Left himself options now. He's on the 4, he's on the 2. Yeah, the 3 is the ball that's the slightly awkward one here. 13 can become a big blocker ball when trying to get to that, which is why I take it out now. He's done that well, so doesn't need the extension, just able to reach for it. Nice rack and run from Matthew Selt on his first visit to the table after his opponent's break. And Matthew Selt is 1-0 up in this race to 13. It is winner's break format. He will be breaking in the next frame. And it is race to 13 and no time limit. Now, if this is one of your first times on the stream, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you guys here. And also, I hope all our viewers are having a lovely festive period and had a good Christmas as well. Looking forward to a really great new year in 2026. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa. And it is my pleasure to be here with you guys, which I will be right to the final, which will be on the 4th of January. And it will be an evening match. Just have a look at the times. It will be local time here in China, where we will be having that final, and it will be at 1940. That's 7:40, 20 to 8. Will be the awarding ceremony after the final. The final starts at 2 p.m. local time here in China. So it is going to be a long one, race to 23. I see we've allocated quite a few hours for that final as well, as it is not time limited, so we will see 23 frames being played. Previous Super Tour in Zhejiang, just about 2 months back, that was won by Zhao Ruliang over Zheng Kongpeng. We had Gareth Potts finishing 3rd in that tournament as well, put up a really good fight through stage 3 to get that 3rd place finish. Try break from Matthew Selt, which brings Cabalin from Myanmar to the table. Snookering himself in that previous frame on his last object ball. As you can see, it's cost him the first point of this match. Now let's have a look at some of the other matches on at the moment. So on table 2, we got Yip King Ling against Phoneman Kyo, so he is in the draw. As you would know, he has to be currently 1-0 down. Michael Hill from the UK, 1-all against Sandeep Gulati from India. We've got Shivam Arora, 1-0 up against Yu Xuan Fan. Michael Tomlinson in action. He's against Alexander O'Donoghue. Alexander is 1-0 up at the moment. Reza Hassan from Malaysia against Ali Pordel from Iran. Score is currently 0-0. Sina Valazeda up against Dennis Okolo. Sina is 1-0 up at the moment. Got David Nathan Anderson from South Africa up against Jack Whelan from the UK. David is 1-0 up at the moment. Richard Halliday is up against Chandra Put. Yeah, some interesting, very interesting matches, and especially the losers bracket matches, as those players are playing or fighting to stay in the tournament. So a little bit more pressure on those matches as well. He showed us in the first frame that he can get through the balls well, especially when there is traffic on the table, except when it came to that last shot. I don't see him having so much of a problem here, though. He's left those two on the left side. They directly above the black ball. Yeah, that is the same tip style as Phone Mint as well, the mushroom tip. At the moment, Cabalin playing this game with a lot of finesse. There's quite a bit of angle on this 15. And this table is playing quick, so with that angle, you are heading very, very close. Rather use the 2 to stop the cue ball. But just managed to get past. He's done well there with that. That could have gone wrong. Half ball kiss into the 2. And the cue ball's on the right-hand side of the table. No pot in the black ball. But this time worked out well for Cabalin. He gets a rack and run, and that is off the try break from Matthew Salt. So far, 2 frames played and 2 one-visit clearances from either player. Not too bad. Very similar style I can see from Cabalin to Foneman Cure, the way he queues up, the way he gets to the table as well. And that would obviously tend to happen if you look up to a player or play a lot with a certain player. You'll definitely see that happening.
Cabalin 开球。
Don't see a ball in on that break. It was a big break. A lot of power went into that. You see the 1 and 6, the balls we usually see going in the center. Just short of that center pocket, and that's a dry break, which means Matthew Salt is going to be back at the table. Now, these tournaments, the Division 1 Tour and the Super Tour, are proudly presented by Joy Billiards and Lieberwind Cloth, and those are the conditions we are playing on here. This is the Joy Q8 steel block table, official table of the Grand Masters Finals, and it is clothed with Lieberwind 8848 cloth. All tables have been reclothed for the Super Tour after the Division 1. So, of course, trying to keep the conditions as best as possible throughout the tournament. Now, what you will see is the TV table will be cloth quite a few more times as well. We should see it when we get down to the last 32, last date and final day. That is the Liber win, 8848 cloth. And at the moment, that pair paired with the Joy Q8 are the best conditions to play the game of Heyball on at the moment. Have just found out that Cabalin from Myanmar is a very good friend of Phone Cure, so that explains why we can see so many similarities in the way he plays this game. Say maybe just a touch too far with that. Could have been a little bit lower on the 11 ball at least, which would have left him 15-10. Oh, he's played that well. Yeah, he's played that really nicely just to come past the 5 ball. In this situation, honestly, you'd rather be playing the 10 first. That's the blue stripe 10. Very well executed from Matt Salt. And so far, quite a high standard of play on this main TV table from these two players. As you know, it is a loser's bracket match. Matthew Salt takes his second point with another rack and run off the dry break from his opponent. 3 frames played, 3 one-visit clearances, 2-1 to Matt Salt. Winners break format, 4th frame now, will be Matt Salt to break. He's 2-1 up at the moment in this race to 13. And this to stay fighting in the losers bracket in stage 2. A lot of power in that, but not getting the result. And as you can see, dry breaks can be costly. There's been a finish off his dry break. He's made a finish off his opponent's dry break as well. But not the easiest layout. As you can see, he's put quite a bit of power in it. But you've got most of the balls on the outskirts of the table. Not an easy one to get. Where's this ball going to stop? Is it going to pass the pocket? It just has, so he hasn't really left anything for Matsell now. Yeah, which is why Mats played a safety there. There's nothing really on. Now, depending on how creative Cabalin wants to get, there is 9-2-11 that he could take on. Doubt he's going to play it though. He's just going to leave the cue ball on the cushion. So neither player wanting to take the bait here yet. Now there is no time limit on the match, but there is a shot clock in operation, as you can hear the referee with the stopwatch. Players have 45 seconds per shot and one extension of 30 seconds in a frame. Now that 45 seconds may seem like it is enough time, but I tell you what, when 35 seconds are gone, the referee is already calling 10 seconds left and then counts down from 5. It goes very quick. He's decided to take one on. It hasn't gone the way he wanted. And there is a bit of a better chance for Matsell at the table to take this 12 ball. That's the pink stripe 12, bottom end of the table on our screen. Not easy, those cutting that in reverse angle to a blind pocket. But Matthew Selt has secured stripes in this fourth frame. Yeah, and look at the cue action from Matsell. Very, very positive cue action always, and that's the snooker players. You have to know, playing snooker all your life, your technicals are so good, your fundamentals. And really, if you can cue the ball well in this game, you will pot balls, you will be able to make position. And you are going to be quite tough to beat. That's why the snooker players, they stand a very good chance in this game, from my opinion. Is there a finish on for Cabalin? It's a tough 5 to the center pocket if he decides to take it. Chance, though, to be running into the 2 from this. Yeah, that was the plan. Oh, look at where the 2 is going. A little bit unfortunate there. Good pot in the 5. Cue ball going right where he wanted it, and you see the 3 also getting tied up to the 7. Yeah, what could he do in this scenario? Look, the 11 might still be able to go for Matt, so could have been a good idea closing the gap there with the 2. I think that's exactly what Matthew's coming around to have a look at, whether he can get to that 11 ball, the red stripe 11 on the ball cushion. That looks good. It's a great pot from Matt. You'd want to be playing the 11 stripe next. You don't want to be having to do too much work with the cue ball from there. That's if it goes. And I don't think it does. No, he's just going to park it in front of the pocket. Referees come around to have a look and see if that's touching. But even if it is, you can play a touching ball. That's the thing with a shot like that, which Matthew played, is you let your opponent, well, you give them the chance to play that shot to pot your ball, which is a legal shot in the rules of Heyball. As long as you make contact with your object ball first, you can pot your opponent's ball. Now, what Matthew's looking at here is the cross bank to the corner pocket, off the ball cushion, into the 2 and in. No, it's not right. It's not right. Needed to be cushioned first. He's going to be in trouble when he gets back to the table. Yeah, of course, first order of business for Cabalin is to try and get his balls into a better position, opening up the 7 and the 3. That is a foul. Metzel just trying to roll up onto that stripe ball, his last remaining stripe ball, not getting it ball in hand anywhere on the table for Cabalin. Now what he's going to do here is he's going to pot the stripe using the 2. He's going to put the cue ball, he's going to try and put the cue ball exactly where it is now, because Matthew will have to play the black ball and he's going to try and leave him snookered on that. Yeah, something like that, the 2 out into open play. That is a very attacking shot. And we are going to see what looks like, yeah, it's a jump. That's a cue to jump. That's his break cue, which can jump from that distance. He's made it. It's in, Matthew. He's made it in the center pocket. He's as surprised as anyone. You've made the black ball in the center pocket, Matthew. He gets his 3rd point. Look, to be honest, that was an excellent attempt. He deserved that one, I have to say. From that distance to get it that close. Yeah, not a bad one at all. So Matthew Sal takes his 3rd point. He's leading 3 frames to 1 at the moment over Cabalin from Myanmar. See, on table 2, I do believe we have his good friend Raymond playing. Yeah, Raymond is currently 2-1 up against Yip Kin Ling. 1 break and run for Yip Kin Ling, 1 rack and run for Raymond Kyo. 2-1 up after 32 minutes of play. Michael Hill is 3-2 up against Sandeep Gulati. Shivam Arora and Yushan Fan 2-all at the moment. Reza Hassan and Ali Pordal 2-all. Sina Velazeda 4-0 up on Dennis Okolo. Yuma Dorna is 3-1 up against Jeremy Chai at the moment, table 23. Yeah, I'm actually just viewing one of the other matches at the moment. It's David Anderson against Jack Whelan. Now, they have played each other at the Heyball International India Open. They're up against each other again in this race to 13. Score is 2-1 currently to David Anderson, and it looks like he is about to make it 3-1 against Jack Whelan from the UK. So far, just one rack and run from Jack. Now, our next session, which will be live today, that will be at 2 p.m. local time. Now, that will be from the Chinese bracket. That is at 2 p.m. We just need to have a look at who will be playing. I did see that Zhang Kongpeng defeated Chao Yupeng on the TV table 13-12. Wang Senhua defeated Zhao Ruliang 13-12 as well. Tang Shunshao defeated by Bo Junjie 13-4. Yang Fan also in the draw. Chu Bingjie, of course. Niu Zhang, Shen Shenyi. You've got all the major names in China. Sun Yuan, Zhang Taiyi, all currently playing. So really do keep an eye on our stream for that 2 p.m. match to see who's on the TV table. Some confident play from Cabalin in this fifth frame. He's gonna need to catch up if he wants to stay in this match. It is a long race to 13. You can't afford to let your opponent get too far ahead of you. See, Phonman Kyo from Myanmar has just gone 3-1 up against Yip Ken Ling. So scores are moving quite quickly on that match also. Should play this to stay and hold for the black ball into the left center pocket on our screen. Yeah, looks to be almost perfect from Cabalin. Yeah, really nice clearance to get his second point on the board. He's catching up, just 3-1 now behind, 3-2 behind Matt Salt. There's one frame in it at the moment. There we have the stats. Still 2 rack and runs for Matt Salt, 1 rack and run for Cabalin. We have not had any break and runs yet in this match. Don't see a ball in as well. That means Matthew Salt is going to be back at the table. And the breaks are not working for both players at the moment. We've pretty much had almost all dry breaks except for the first frame, where Cabalin had the opportunity to get that break and run on the board. Was just enough space for that to get past that 5 ball into the right center pocket. There's a referee calling 10 seconds, and that's Matthew calling his extension. Knew he was going to be on the shot for longer than 5 seconds. He didn't want the referee calling those 5 seconds and counting them down in his ear while on the shot. Now with the 15 removed, 11 ball should pot into that pocket also. It's where he needs the cue ball. He needs to land low on the 11 to come across slightly to play the 10 into the same pocket. Have an angle on the 10, it will mean the black ball goes into the left center pocket as well. Yeah, I think it could be good because you do want to go a little bit far for the 10, as I said. Has he come over enough? I think he has. There's just enough angle to get the cue ball around for the black ball to the left center. That is another rack and run for Matt Selt, really putting these one visit clearances together. He's on 3 at the moment.
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐。
Score is currently 4-2 in favor of Matthew Selt in this race to 13. 6 frames played. We have 3 rack and runs from Matthew Selt, 1 from Cabalin. Winners break format, but so far these players not breaking that well. We've got a ball in this time. It was the 15 ball in to the right center pocket. Yeah, first opportunity for Matthew Selt to make a break and run. It's the first break where he's actually potted a ball, and there's a very good chance here that 9 does go into the center pocket. It's a bit tough, but if you are right behind it, did very well to miss the 2 there and get the cue ball out past the 4 ball. So at the moment, still 64 international players left in the draw. We have already added the seeds and the super seeds. So we took 160 players, international players, down to 80 in the qualifying stage. Then started stage 1 where we added the first round of seeded players. Became 96. Brought 96 down to 48. Added another set of seeded players like Matthew Selt, like Foneman Cure, and so on. Gareth Potts as well was added, which brought us to 64 players after this round, as there are some, well, half the matches on our losers bracket matches, which means we will be down to 48 players remaining after the round tonight. down to 32. By the end of tomorrow morning, we should have our last 16 players remaining. He's not perfect on this black ball, but it is a chance.
延时
Let's come around, had a look at the angle. Looks good, it looks good. Matthew South brings us our first break and run of this match. He's now leading 5 frames to 2 over Cabalin from Myanmar. At 7 frames played, we will have a player break after the next frame. So every 8 frames, there is a player break of 5 to 10 minutes.
第8局，马修·塞尔特分球。延时。
Not going to be another 1 visit clearance from Matthew South here. And Cabalin comes back to the table. Playing stripes, he only really has 1 option. Fortunately for him, there's only 5 left on the table after 2 were potted on that break. It's a very clean pot for his first shot on this visit. Now the 9 that you see at the top end of the table, just behind the 1. Of course, you'd like to be behind that so you can either play to the center or the corner, but there is a chance to pot that double drop with the 1 as well. Not exactly where he wanted to be. And with the 1 being right on the jaw, well, right in the jaws, on the edge of the slate. That's why there is always a chance to play the double drop shot. Oh, but he's played that really well to get around it, use 2 cushions to get on the right side of the 9, making it potable into the corner pocket, top left. Very nice so far. This has been a bit tough. There has had to be some recovery pots here, especially didn't have the greatest opportunity at the table. That cue ball was supposed to hold for the center pocket, but he looks like he is on this to the top right as well. Could even risk it going into the center pocket, but should be going top right corner. It's not there. It's not there, and he knows that was a finish that he was supposed to make. So it's not a break and run, not going to be a rack and run from Cabalin. As Matthew Sell comes back to the table, 5-2 up. We will have that player break after this frame. A fantastic shot from Matthew there, just removing the black ball from off the ball cushion. Putting it in a much better place for him to make this clearance. Got a natural angle from the 5, get the cue ball down table to play the 7 next. Yeah, I like what he's done there. He's just gotten up off the shot to just check exactly where he wants to be on the 7. Because he knows this is a great opportunity to get another point on the board to punish his opponent. I know quite a lot of support for both players, not only here at the tournament, but also watching live. And it was just a little bit unfortunate from Cabalin to not make that clearance and get another point on the board. Matthew Salt looking very, very dangerous at the moment. Makes no mistake taking that 6 point. He's 6-2 up against Cabalin from Myanmar. And that brings us to our 10-minute 8-frame player break. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us, guys.
比赛专用提醒您， 精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。立百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，化一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。
And we are back after the player break. The score is 6-2 in favor of Matthew Selt from the UK over Cabalin from Myanmar. So far, we've got 3 rack and runs, 1 break and run from Matthew Selt, and just 1 rack and run from Cabalin. Trying to get a lot of power into that, almost getting the cue ball into the center, but no result, and it is going to mean that Cabalin comes to the table. And what does he have available? Does he have a pot on the stripes to the center pocket? Now that previous frame was supposed to be his not getting the greatest position on the black ball. Misses the black ball to the top corner. Gives Matthew an opportunity at the table. He's going to run this down to pot the 13. Looks good, it should be there. Secures stripes. Stripes, I would say, looking slightly better, especially with where he was. But as soon as you remove the 14 and 11, then solids all of a sudden looks good for your opponent if you let them back to the table. That little nudge opens the 11 and the 5, which means he can get there from the 10, which is also on the bottom right-hand side of the table, although he's going to need a good pot here on the 15. Needed a good pot on the 15, got a good pot on the 15. Cueing the ball really well is Cabalin. That's the ball for him to get onto the 11, which he's on. Now the only problem on the table becomes the 9. So you'd prefer to come down the right side of the table and pot the 9 into the top left corner pocket. That would be preference in this scenario. Gone a bit too far. He's gone a touch too far on the 12 to the bottom right corner pocket. Wanted to be short on this so the cue ball naturally travels to the top right side of the table. He's going to need to work this cue ball to get onto that 9 now. That's what I was talking about. He needs to get a bit lucky. I think he has. Look at the work that he put into the cue ball. You could argue that he deserved a good result from that. Now, first frame, snookers himself on the black ball. Previous frame, doesn't get perfect on the black ball. And those are 2 frames that he's lost. Again, not perfect on this black ball, but this one needs to go. Looking at the angle to take it to the bottom right corner pocket. Reason for that is you want to be bridging past the 1. There you see it. If he takes it to the bottom left, he has to bridge over the 1. It's got to go. It's got to go, and it's there. It's a nice pot on the black ball from Cabalin as he secures another rack and run off Matthew Sal's try break. Solid pot on the black ball. Quite a bit of recovery needed, but eventually gets the point on the board. Score is 6-3 in favor of Matthew Salt in this race to 13. This match to stay in the tournament. There we see break and run 1 from Matthew Salt, 3 rack and runs for him, 2 rack and runs for Cabalin from Myanmar. So far he's only potted a ball on his first break. Needs to start breaking well. Can't afford to give these chances away, and somehow just not getting the right split off the break. I don't think he's hitting them. Yeah, a little bit to the side as you see the cue ball veering off to the right side. So we are at stage 2 of this tournament now. 64 players down to 16 on the international side. And we have already added the superseded players to this draw. So we came from 160 down to 80. That was in the qualifying stage. added 16 seeded players, 96 down to 48 in stage 1 and stage 2. Another 16 added to 48, which brings us to the 64 that we have now. And those superseded players were the likes of Matthew Selt, Michael Hill, Gareth Potts, Foneman Cure, which are all currently playing at the moment. Gareth Potts was on the TV table last night, played against Loveson Dorje from Mongolia, won that. The score was 13-9, I believe, against Gan Loveson Dorje. Yeah, 13-9 to Gareth Potts in that match. Jack Whelan also added to the draw now as a superseded player, and they are all currently playing at the moment. Foneman 7-1 up in his match against Yip Kin Ling. Shiva Marora is 6-3 up against Yu Xuan Fan. Who else do we have? Warathanan is here as well. We had Michael Tomlinson added to the draw also as a superseded player. Jake McCartney currently 5-3 up in his match on table 11. Sina Velazada against Dennis Okolo, 5-3 to Sina Velazada. Gareth Potts is currently 7-1 up against Reina Maria. Now that is a winner's bracket match. That will guarantee those players a top 48 finish. That's in the international side though. Yuma Dorna is 6-3 up against Jeremy Chai from Malaysia. Jack Whelan is currently playing David Anderson and the score is 4-all. That is a very tight match at the moment. That is on table 28. Yeah, another well-executed finish there from Matthew Selt. He is really on a flyer in this match as he gets his 7th point on the board. Yeah, I'm quite surprised. Michael Tomlinson playing very well in this tournament thus far. And he hasn't been entering that many of these Joy tournaments recently. I actually met him at the last one last year. That was in Qingquandao. But yeah, a really fire player is Michael Tomlinson. Played in Chengdu at the Grandmasters finals as well. He is definitely a player to watch in this draw. Won his match last night, I do believe. That was at 8 p.m. We will have another session of the international bracket. That will be at 6 p.m. later today. Let's have a look at Tomlinson's score from yesterday. Yeah, Tomlinson went up against India's Shiva Marora. I would say one of India's best Heyball players, and won that one 13-7. He is currently up against Alexander O'Donoghue from the UK as well. And it's 6-3 at the moment for Alexander against Michael Tomlinson. This time potting the 4-ball into the right center pocket, but quite a few clusters on the table as you can see. If the 1 does go, he could use that to release the 7, but it is... Yeah, there we can see the 1 does go, so I'd be definitely going solids in the scenario. Nice little kiss on the 7. Just brings it out to touch. And that previous frame was another rack and run for Matthew Selt. So 7 points for him, 5 one-visit clearances, 3 points for his opponent, 2 one-visit clearances for Cabalin. hasn't really left much on the table for his opponent. This is a race to 13. Winners break format. So what I will do is make sure that the links to the live scores and the flow charts for stage 2 of the international players and also for the Chinese players currently are posted to the Joy World Heyball Tour live page, and the WHT Facebook page should have that done within this session or just before the next session as well. So stay tuned to our Facebook pages for that coming your way, as well as quite a lot of content from this event, interviews from Doris Cheng, and quite a few nice pictures of all the players that have been playing in this event thus far. And from what we've seen also, it's the players that come from a napcloth background, especially the snooker players, and also then the English pool players that have played on napcloth, that really have a bit of an advantage. They know how the cloth behaves. They know the stroke required, because even on a napcloth English pool table, those cushion balls are not the easiest balls on the table. You have to cue them well. You have to cue them right. And obviously in snooker, your technical, meaning your stance, your cue action, the way you cue the ball, that's so important. The fundamentals of your game, and really, I think it does make the transition to this game a bit easier. I mean, we did see Ronnie O'Sullivan taking on Chu Bingji and Jing Yubor last week, and he won those exhibition matches. Scoreline 7-6, 7-4, 7-5. Once he figured out the break and he figured out the jump shots, as you might have seen on social media. He did have Ronnie practicing that before. Now, I think he surprised a lot of people. Then again, there's not many players in the game that you can use the word genius about, but he is one of them. Needs a 5 to travel. He needed that 5 to travel just a little more. As you can see, that combination needs to be made. It has to be made. It's not set. Only problem I see at the moment is you make the combination. Where is the 5 going? Yeah, not the easiest table for Cabalin to come to. He's 7-3 down. He's not getting a good run of the balls at the moment. He's tried to go into those two stripes, the 9 and the 11, not successful. Potting the 5 ball off the black ball is still a legal shot in the game of Heyball. Yeah, speaking of those tight cushion shots, which we do see the Chinese players practicing 1,000 times a day now. Look, in a match, I'd say in a race to 13, you're going to get maximum 5 of those, especially since you are going to be always trying to maneuver the balls off the cushions. But when they do come, they need to go, and that's where I see the Chinese players doing so well. Obviously, an international player that's got them down. Gareth Potts also cues them very nicely. But what I did see Ronnie practicing those rail shots with Chu Bingjie. So what he did is he was practicing them and missing them a few times. He asked Chu Bingjie to demonstrate, and he did. Ronnie watched him closely, and then after that, Ronnie was getting them. So he was very, very quickly able to adapt to the conditions and start potting that ball down the cushion. Now, if you are looking for those matches, I believe they are on YouTube and on WPALive.tv. That is an exhibition match between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Chu Bingjie and Jin Yeboah. As we see Matthew Sal take his 8th point. He's leading 8 frames to 3, and Cabalin has just not been getting... He hasn't been getting the run of the balls. So back to those cushion shots, I'd say there's 2 ways to play them. Okay, there's 3 ways to play them. You can roll them, which means very high chance of decel, queuing offline, and you can't make position with the cue ball. Then you can try and throw them in with a bit of side, but you have to time the cue ball so well. So it depends which side of the table the ball is in. You're using either a bit of bottom right or bottom left, but the timing, it's a timing shot at that stage. And then, of course, there is the way that the Chinese players play it, and that is, it's almost a stun, maybe with a touch of side, and you are absolutely smashing them in. So what happens with the steel block cushion tables like the Joy Q8 that we play on, it accepts the ball. The more pace it actually comes into the jaw, especially if you're hitting the inside jaw, it accepts it. So it'll rattle, and accept. Because there's no give with the steel block cushion. So it tends to take much easier, as you've seen the Chinese players play it at a little bit more, quite a bit more pace. And that's how that ball tends to go in on these tables. So if you look at percentage rate of potting that ball, Chinese players in match play, I would say 80% plus. And yeah, as I mentioned, with the different ways to play that shot, the percentage does go down, unfortunately. And of course, rolling them down the cushion means, yes, you can block the pocket if you don't pot it, but no cue ball movement, and it's a bit of a negative way to play it. Now, if you've seen so far in this match, we are 11 frames in, and we haven't seen any of these players have to take on those cushion shots yet. So that's the thing, you won't see them come up that many times, but practicing that shot, I would say what it does do to the fundamentals is it makes sure you're sighting the ball right. You can cue exactly where you need to on the cue ball. If it's center white you're looking for, it's center white you've got, because there is no way that you can consistently pot the ball down the cushion if you have any flaw in your game. There's no way. The room for error, especially at that pace, coming into that angle of the pocket, there's no room for error. So even if you can consistently get, I'd say 50 to 60%, it means you know that you are cueing that ball well, that your alignment is good, that your basics and fundamentals are decent. And I'd say that's why you see the Chinese players practicing it so much. Then, of course, when that ball does come in a scenario, the score's 12 all, you're playing that ball to get onto the black ball. You can back yourself to pot that ball, as we see the top Chinese players doing. Another shot you see the Chinese players practicing a lot is they put an object ball on the blue spot, so dead center of the table, cue ball, one of the corner pockets, and just pot that to the opposite corner pocket, straight diagonal across the table. Now, the thing about that shot is you still have quite a bit of room for error, because you got the full pocket almost from that angle. And although the pockets are tight, there is right side, center, and middle to the pocket. Then what they do to make it even tougher for themselves is they then aiming for right side of the pocket, left side of the pocket, dead center of the pocket. And of course also top Chinese players practicing this game 6 to 8 hours a day. It makes them very, very difficult to beat at this game. Also, playing in tournaments don't affect their practice routines. And what I mean by that is, at the moment, if you would walk into the practice venue, we have the Chinese players playing at 2 o'clock. It's now 11:30 or just past 11:30. You would see the Chinese players in the practice venue. So they would make sure they are still putting in their 6 hours, or if they've told themselves they need to pot 1,000 balls a day, they would still be putting that in. Which is why when you do see an international player make it really far in this tournament, it's such a big deal. Like we did have Jose Alberto Delgado making it to the last 32 in the Division 1 tour. Now the Division 1 tour was an open draw, 704 player open draw. We had 50 internationals with 650 plus Chinese players. And you can draw Chu Bingxie in the first round, Zhang Taiyi in the first round. It's absolutely open draw. And we had Delgado making it that far, last remaining international players. Really well done for him. And then, of course, you have to mention the most successful international player in this game, Gareth Potts. He is the only player to ever win the Grandmasters finals, the only international player to ever win it. And he's won it 3 times as well. The first, the fourth and the fifth, or the third and the fourth. Now, when we talk about queuing with timing, I don't think in this game there is a player that times the ball better than him. In the game of Heyball, that is. So he plays that cushion shot, or along the cushion. He times that in. And you have to have such a smooth stroke every single time. But that's I think, he's one of the masters at doing that. Comes with a lot of practice. But really, it's if you watch Gareth in the practice room, you can see it a mile away. Can immediately see in the room who's got one of the best cue actions, and it's always him. It's no surprise why he's so successful. You've seen the drills that he does on this table. You've seen the hours he puts in. Many of these players who are here have left their families as well for the holidays. Some of them were able to spend Christmas with their families, but straight on a plane and to the tournament. That's the dedication to their craft and to their sport. This looks good. That's if the cue ball doesn't get in the way. Yeah, he's been a bit unfortunate so far. He really has. And up to now, Matthew Salt has been taking every opportunity he's gotten. Nice, positive play. Don't want to be rolling that one across the nap, especially. But you see, it's also the little knowledge that the snooker players come with when they're playing on nap cloth. They know how the cloth reacts. Players who've never played on nap cloth before come to this. When they're playing up the nap using side, it behaves differently than playing down the nap. Those little things that make such a big difference in this game. There was a cue ball getting in the way of the pot from Cabalin, unfortunately. I believe that was Matthew Selt's 9th point.
奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰的国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. As when it comes to Gareth Potter and his focus, really, it's you can see the focus when he's playing. It's 200% concentration. And yeah, this table does play quite different when playing up the nap. You have to be. It's not that grippy, but it definitely takes. So if you are playing up the nap, especially on this Liber win, you have to take care of it. You have to know exactly what you're doing. The ball is going to throw differently when playing up or down. And that's where you get some players, they'll miss a ball against a nap, but they'll always pot it down the nap, and then they'll wonder why are they missing it. They'll start tweaking things in their game. In the meantime, it's just the lack of knowledge of how the nap reacts, or how the cue ball reacts on the nap. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to miss that. That was not a ball for Cabalin to miss. I think Matthew Salt is really punishing him at the moment, and he's feeling it. I think he's feeling like things are up against him. Not a nice place to be for Cabalin. Once again, it looks like Sal's going to take full advantage of this. Now these, like the 12 he's on, it's about just over a ball space away from the cushion. The only problem he has here is that he has to use the rest because he's hampered by the 7 and the 11 bridging over the table. But a shot like this is usually bread and butter for these players. Cannot be missing that at this level. No matter how you play it, whether it's rolling it or force follow in or stun or deep screw. Ball's width away from the cushion, that close, it has to be in. Yeah, that's a snooker player's shot there. It's a shot you see them play very often. This is nice. This is very nice from Matthew Selt. Gets his 10th point on the board. He's on to double digits. He's 10-3 up against Cabalin from Myanmar after 13 frames played. Yeah, some really decent play from Matthew at the moment. This is a loser's bracket match, meaning must-win match for these players. And now let's have a look at some of the score lines from our other matches. So Phoneman Kyo on table 2, he's 9-3 up against Yip Kin Ling. I see Michael Hill is 8-3 up against Sandeep Gulati. Shivam Arora 7-5 up against Yu Xuan Fan. Alexander O'Donoghue 8-4 up against Michael Tomlinson at the moment. Gareth Potts. Yeah, let's see what the scoreline on Gareth Potts' match is. Gareth Potts 8-2 up against Reina Maria at the moment. Winners bracket match. So we do have winners bracket matches on at the moment and losers bracket matches on. 64 players currently playing. By the end of this round, we will be down to 48 players. Yuma Dorna from Germany is 8-4 up against Jeremy Chai from Malaysia. Arfan Dad is 8-3 up against Ning Ki. Jack Whelan 7-5 up against David Anderson from South Africa. And I did see Sina Valazeda up against Dennis Okolo. Sina is currently 8-5 up against Dennis Okolo. Now with these matches having no time limit, it does mean that there is always a chance for your opponent to make a comeback. No matter how small the chance, it's there. Yeah, just caught the inside jaw. You can see how unforgiving these pockets can be if you are not accurate. Have to be so accurate. Now, he's put a bit of side on that cue ball. He's put a touch of side on that cue ball playing up against the nap. And this is brand new Lieberwind 8848 cloth. It's quite slidey. Really suits the player who's cueing better. You need to cue the ball well. So if you do go onto the WHT Facebook page, that is World Heyball Tour, and you just scroll down, you'll see the latest YouTube link. You'll see the Joy World Heyball Tour live link shared as well. And just below that, you'll see posted 19 hours ago, Stage 2 International Group Flowcharts live scores. And just below that, the last 32 to 16 Chinese group flowcharts and live scores as well. We've just made sure that is posted for you guys. So have a look at that. I'm sharing it to my Facebook page as well, my personal Facebook page, where I also have a lot of content from the tournament, so you can have a look there as well. So that is posted for you guys if you guys want to have a look at the live scores and the flowchart from Stage 2 International and also from the Chinese group as well. Now you'd also see on the same link, there's a picture of the schedule that we have. So today is the 28th of December. Next match is at 2 p.m. That's the Chinese group, round 2. Round 2 of stage 2, 32 down to 16, double elimination. And following that will be our next match from the international group at 6 p.m. local time, international group round 3 from the losers bracket. And it looks like Cabalin is going to pull one back. He's gotten his 4th point on the board. Matthew Sell still leads 10 frames to 4 after 14 frames played. But as I said, no time limit. There is always a chance for a comeback. He's 6 behind. Matthew is 3 away from the finish line at 13 frames. So stats haven't really changed in the last few frames. Still the 1 break and run for Matthew Selt, 4 rack and runs for him, and 2 rack and runs for Cabalin. Now we do apologize. We are aware that there might be a few interruptions in the transmission, so we do apologize for that. It's not easy getting a live stream out of China with no issues at all. So just bear with us. If there are any issues, it will be sorted out very quickly, and we will continue the live action as soon as we can. Now, what I've noticed by looking at the draw is I can see that tonight it will be losers bracket matches on, which means if you stay in the winners bracket, you are only playing 1 match a day. That's how important it is to stay in the winners bracket. Otherwise, you are playing 2 race to 13s a day until you get to stage 3, and stage 3 the same. If you are in the losers bracket, you have to play twice a day. It is double elimination right up to the final. And the player who reaches the final, who hasn't taken a loss yet, would have just played 1 match a day.
10秒。延时。
And that was a dry break from Cabalin, which gives Matthew Selt another opportunity, and he's been taking his opportunities very well in this match. I have to say this is a good standard from him that I've seen. I did commentate on one of his matches at the Grandmasters Finals in Chengdu. He was on the TV table, was up against April Larson from the USA. But so far, this is one of the best performances I've seen by him, taking his opportunities well, making the finishes when he needs to.
5、4、3、2。
Got the win over April Larson there in that event. That was stage 2 of the 13th Grandmasters Finals, then lost against Ashley Hooker, and then took a loss against Stephen Ellis as well. Now, what's the plan for the 3 ball? Does he take it to the center pocket? Yeah, that is the plan. Could have even taken it down to the bottom right, but the problem is the stripes being where they are, you're always going to be slightly hampered. Honestly, a fantastic knowledge of the patterns from Matthew Selt, really. Plays this game like he's been playing it for a very long time, like he plays it every day. As Matthew Selt gets his 11th point on the board, and that is another rack and run for him, absolutely punishing his opponent. Score is currently 11-4 in favor of Matthew Selt over Cabalin.
是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻， 毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小见大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸。
第16局，马修塞尔特和球。
Score 11-4 after 15 frames played, which means play a break after this next frame. Now, will Matthew South be on the hill, or will his opponent start to make a comeback? A lot of power in that break. He's made a stripe to the left center pocket. He's almost made another solid. The top left corner pocket. At the first player break of 8 frames, the score was 6-2 in favor of Matthew South, leading by 4 at that time, now leading by 7 frames. That is solids in play. I was going to say he has to find a way to remove the 6 ball, but he's landed perfectly on it to bank it to the opposite center. Looks close, it's there, he's landing on the 2 as well. Doesn't have to do much positional play-wise from the 2. Because he does have the 4 that is sitting in that top left corner pocket. Now the transition from the top end of the table to the bottom. Needs to miss the stripe. Look, is he okay? Misses the stripe, he's perfect on the 1. From this camera angle, we can see that he still does have the 1. It is a bit of a cutback. That's a good pot. Could have played it a little bit more positively to go into the black ball there, hold the black ball, hold the cue ball on the black ball for the 3. As you can see, is a little bit low on the 3, which means the cue ball is traveling away from the 7. So he has to hold it with a lot of check. So using a lot of inside English to check the cue ball off that cushion. Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? The way he plays these patterns and the way he sees the finishes on this table. Matthew South takes his 12th point, 16 frames played, and that is another break and run for Matthew South. He's on 2 at the moment, 5 rack and runs. And 12-4 up as we go into the 16 frame player break.
提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求 求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房， 198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为翼，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
1点是聚焦、沉淀；1线是专注、艺术。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，马修·塞尔特开球。
And we are back after that player break. Matthew Selt 12-4 up on Cabalin from Myanmar. Matthew Selt with 2 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs. Has he made a ball on the break? He hasn't. Yeah, looks to be a dry break. Going to be a chance for his opponents. Now this is a race to 13 in the losers bracket of stage 2 international bracket here at the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour, which we are playing from the 25th of December to the 4th of January. Final will be on the 4th at 2 p.m. local time, and that will be a race to 23. 64 players, 64 international players left at the moment. 32 Chinese players left. They are playing down to 16. The international players are playing down to 16 as well. After this round, there will be 48 international players left. So this is now a must-win for the players that are in the losers bracket, like the match we have on the TV table at the moment. It has been quite a while since we looked at the live scores. Foneman Kyo 9-7 up against Yipkin Lings. Quite a comeback from his opponent. I see 3 break-in runs from Yipkin Ling, so that's how he's managed to make that comeback. He's putting some pressure on Foneman Kyo. Michael Hill 10-5 up against Sandeep Gulati from India. Shivam Arora is 8-all with Yu Xuan Fan. Reza Hassan and Ali Podell deadlocked at 6 each. And these are all race to 13 matches. Sina Velazada on the hill, 12-5 up against Dennis Okolo. Alexander O'Donoghue currently 11-5 up on Michael Tomlinson. Jake McCartney 8-5 up against Chu Hung Ming. Jason Teron is 10-6 up against Chernshov Alexander. Gareth Potts still in the winner's bracket, 11-2 up against Reina Maria, so he looks to be almost finishing that match. Let's look at how many break-in runs. It's just 2 break-in runs and 1 rack-in run from Gareth. Did you see how much that cue ball pulled? He's just put a touch aside on that, but it's pulled so much. Did not expect it to pull so much to that side, coming towards the 6 and the 7. Jack Whelan 10-6 up against David Nathan Anderson at the moment. Richard Halliday and Chandra Puth 6-all at the moment also. Managed to release the 9 from where it was against the 7, but he's going to need to get the cue ball down towards the 9 is Cabalin. Not easy having to move the cue ball that much using the wrist. Got into it quite nicely, it's not bad. Thing is, he's also capitalized a few times off the dry break from Matthew Salt, but Matthew having 5 rack and runs, it shows you that he can do the same. And again, not perfect on this black ball. Cabalin from Myanmar. Watch the cue ball though. Cue ball stays, he gets the black ball in, he gets his 5th point as well. He's 12-5 down against Matthew Salt. Seven frames down with his opponent on the hill. Gotta make absolutely no mistakes if you want to make that comeback. And so far, no break and runs from Cabalin. He's been having quite a few dry breaks as well. I think the only one he's potted was the first frame. Snookered himself on the black ball, and that's been the pattern of this match. He's been getting really unlucky throughout. And Matthew's just been capitalizing every single time. So far, this match is on for 2 hours, 20 minutes at the moment. There is no time limit on these matches, just a shot clock for the players. 45 seconds per shot. One extension of 30 seconds per frame. Very powerful break again, and this is the reason you see Matthew Salt with so many rack and runs, because the amount of power that his opponent's putting into this break, it's quite a good spread. And then you add to that you're not making a ball. Gifting an opportunity away. Matthew secures stripes. So next session will be at 2 p.m. local time. That's in 1 hour, 40 minutes time. That will be from the Chinese group. Let's see if we have any idea who is on the TV table. Yeah, draw has not been done yet for those matches. They should be out soon. But it will be from the Chinese group of last 32 playing down to the last 16. I can't tell you who is in that group though. Just having a look at the flow chart, which we have posted on our Facebook page as well. I see Jing Zhaohai is still in. Took a loss yesterday. Chen Siming as well. Kong De Jing. Tang Shunshao took a loss yesterday, but it is double elimination. Surprise match, Wang Senhua defeated Zhao Ruliang 13-12. Li Yiwei also in the draw. Yang Fan, Zheng Kongpeng, Chao Yupeng, Shen Shenyi, Niu Zhang, winner of the Grandmasters finals this year. Zhang Tai also here. Sun Yuan, Chu Bingxie took a loss against Ma Liang. That was yesterday evening also. So we've got, I'd say, the top Chinese players in that last 32 of the Chinese bracket. So I'm sure the TV table match is going to be an excellent match. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be at 2 p.m. local time here in China in 1 hour, 40 minutes time. race to 13 and no time limit on that side also. And now so many people would play the shot that Matthew played with a touch aside, with a touch of outside to swing around the 9. That's the difference when you have the knowledge of exactly how the cue ball takes off this cloth, off this cushions with the angle that you give it. I'd say just 2 good shots required from Matthew here. His referee calls 10 seconds. Taken his extension also. Nicely on the 14 and then needs to get onto that black ball afterwards. Now what kind of angle does he have? I think, look, he's got a wry smile on his face. Does he get past the 1? I don't think he has enough to get past the 1 and the 3. No, he has to use the cushion coming into the 3. This can go wrong. Yeah, that's gone a little bit wrong for Matthew there, unfortunately. It's a legal shot. He's made contact with the black ball, but it opens up the door once again for Cabalin. 12-5 down. Yeah, we've just seen Matthew take apart his playing cue. I have to wonder, why has he done that? Yeah, definitely do expect him to make this clearance and get that 6 point on the scoreboard. Meaning he will be breaking in the next frame also. Yeah, with the scoreline, I'd expect the opponent to be taking apart his cue, not Matthew Selton in this case. Switching over to the left hand. Pots at Cabalin gets his 6 point on the board. Yeah, definitely something going on there. We'll try and get some more info about what's happening on the TV table. Matthew Selt just having a word with one of the organizers at the venue. Jack Cabalin makes the finish, gets his 6 point on the board. There we see it, 12-6 in favor of Matthew Selt over Cabalin from Myanmar. Winners break format will be Cabalin to break now. 6 frames behind. He's trying to make a comeback. It was 12-4 at the player break of 16 frames played. So now, yeah, Matthew's got to put his cues back together quickly. Which he has done and is back at the table. Stripes in play. 10 ball, that is a bit of an issue on the table, the blue stripe 10. That's if he wants to make this a one visit clearance. Could use the 11 to the center if he gets good enough angle on that to move it. It's a good pot on the 13. Was a chance for him to close this match out in the previous frame, just wasn't able to. This actually looks quite good. Angle that he has on the 14 to just clip the 10. Only thing is, if he's not on the 10, he's not guaranteed to be on another ball. Which is why he's played it at that pace. And that means he is on the 10 to the center pocket. Cue ball running up table naturally should be able to land himself on the 9. It's depending on whether he can try and hold his cue ball off the spot. That's a foul. That is a foul. He's played it too softly. Hasn't made contact with the cushion after contact with the object ball. And once again, he's taken his cues apart. Look, if you guys are watching on the stream, I'd like your feedback on why you think Matthew is taking his cues apart. And then putting them back together every time he comes back to the table. And the cameraman keeps catching him doing it as well. Like, as you can see, the camera is now focused on Matthew undoing his cue and putting them back together. I think both players are a little out of sorts at the moment, but so far the momentum with these last few frames is with Cabalin from Myanmar. Now, imagine he can put another one on the scoreboard. From 12-4, he's made it 12-6. He makes it 12-7. That's 3 on the spin. That is a very good explanation. So I see that Cabalin also has a 2-piece cue. That's a 2-piece omen, similar to what, or almost the exact same to what Phone Mint uses. And very possibly in that last clearance from Matthew Selt, when he was on that break and run, it is possible that that Cabalin had done the same or took apart his cues because he thought it was all over. Either way, I think Matthew has got to bring the focus back here, because there's definitely a comeback mounting for Cabalin. He's gaining some momentum. I'm loving the comments from you guys on the YouTube stream and the Facebook stream as well. Thank you guys for interacting, and yeah, thank you for being on the stream. We love having you guys on the stream. As Cabalin takes his 7th point, that's 3 frames on the spin for him. He's 12-7 down, he's just 5 away, and the comeback is looking possible. So if Cabalin breaks dry, it means Matthew's going to come back to the table. It'll mean he's going to have to put that cue back together again. He's got that powerful break, just hasn't been able to make a ball yet. Cue ball almost getting kicked in, the 2 almost to the top left, but once again it's a dry break from Cabalin. And the cue is back together from Matthew Selt. And yeah, I would agree. I think that's what's happened when Matthew was on that finish or on that break and run at 12-5. I think his opponent has taken apart his cue, and that's why he's doing that now. That's what's happened. Some context behind what you are seeing on the screen. But either way, the match is not over, and he's got to find a way to get himself off over the winning line at least. Plays the 1, can release the 6. That 6 is now potable past the 15. I think he's come a bit much with that stun run. 7 to the center, it's not there. It's playing up for the 6, and yeah, the focus is gone. I see some more context behind the breaking of the queue while splitting it apart is if your opponent does that in the UK, or the referee would take that as concession and end the match. So a little bit of drama on the TV table, the first match of the day. Okay, now Matthew has placed his cue upside down in the cue holder. And of course the cameraman definitely gets a good shot of that. I'd love to ask you guys on the stream, what do you think that means? He's not really focused at all, is he? But there is a chance for him to finish this game now. He needs to get the cue ball up to the 6. Having the cue upside down, I hope he's chalked the tip enough. He's at the 6. There's a good enough angle there. He's going to come into the angle for the black ball. And he makes it. 13th point is there. Matthew Thelt wins that one. He gets over the line with a score of 13-7 over Cabalin. And yeah, I'd love to find out exactly what was going on in that match from Matthew after this. But good win for him nonetheless. He goes through in the losers bracket and he eliminates Cabalin from Myanmar. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being on the stream. We will be back at 2 p.m. local time here in China for the next match from the Chinese bracket. That is 32 players down to 16. The top Chinese players are in that bracket. So we will be back then. I'm your commentator for the Joy Heyball events, Raymond Tillack from South Africa. Thank you guys so much for being with us. Hope you guys had a lovely Christmas and are having a good festive period. I'll be with you guys from today right up to the final on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. See you guys a bit later. Thank you guys.
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。 老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人赵卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能。 尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹酒杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来。林肯球杆。
在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，
苛刻精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，力百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造， 198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为翼，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能，尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚炳杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版、 采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
冰速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，冰速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。冰速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音塑造，好胶边音塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
翘课我选布洛克。
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。 中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
老鹰胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌，就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
当热爱遇上奥斯本兹，精研工艺，邂逅上乘材质，匠心独具，诠释卓越性能。
尽显非凡魅力。每一次击球都能感受到力量与技巧的和谐共鸣，每一次挥杆都是精准操控与职业打感完美契合。手握奥斯本兹球杆，为热爱全力以赴，重重打感，选奥斯本兹。
一点是聚焦、沉淀，一线是专注、艺术，一面是缜密、智慧，方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验，集研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
轩辕、赤霄、龙渊、干将、默写、纯君、成瘾，引领市场，肯定未来，林肯球杆。
我在给胜利者沙发拍广告，他们要求我这样，但我却想这样。真正好品质，经得起推敲。胜利者高端台球沙发。
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
Not much. I'll be sorry. That's for no question.
Wasted your love and won't waste anymore. Wish there was an angel sit up on my shoulder.
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
欢迎大家来到立板文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站的比赛现场。接下来即将进行的是国内组第2阶段双败第2轮的抽签仪式，请选手在抽签之前把手机交到组委会。首先抽胜部、败部晋级的选手。现在我念到名字的选手，请进场抽签。郑肖怀。 李毅南、17号崔明军、17号孟凡宇、21号陈哲。 唐春晓、赵汝亮、23号 冯泽元。20号杨帆。18号曹宇鹏。24号牛壮。22号石汉清。20号孙鹏。18号孙源。22号楚炳杰。19号赵延浩。郑肖怀。赵延浩，24号郑肖怀。23号陈哲。21号唐春晓。19号。下面有请胜部的晋级的选手进场抽签。下面我念到名字的选手，请进场抽签。刘俊言。25号陈思明。32号周龙。30号孔德金。28号王云。30号博俊杰。31号王思诺。31号雷一伟。26号陈双友。27号张坤鹏。25号沈申义。29号夏里奥。29号张太一。26号吴振宇。28号马良。32号郝天。27号。抽签仪式结束，稍后公布运动员比赛场地。 现在公布一下运动员比赛场地：2号台刘俊言、张坤鹏；4号台崔明军、李毅南；6号台杨帆、孙鹏；8号台石汉清、冯泽元；10号台孟凡宇、陈哲；12号台博俊杰、王思诺；14号台孙源、牛壮；16号台赵延浩、曹宇鹏；18号台郝天、陈双友；20号台唐春晓、楚炳杰；22号台张太义、雷一伟；25号台孔德金、吴振宇；26号台沈申义、夏里奥；28号台王云、周龙；30号台陈思明、马良；TV 台赵汝亮、郑肖怀。请运动员进入比赛场地检录。2号台刘俊言、张坤鹏；4号台崔明军、李毅南；6号台杨帆、孙鹏；8号台石汉清、冯泽元；10号台孟凡宇、陈哲；12号台博俊杰、王思诺；14号台孙源、牛壮；16号台赵延浩、曹宇鹏；18号台郝天、陈双友；20号台唐春晓、楚炳杰；22号台张太义、雷一伟；25号台孔德金、吴振宇；26号台沈申义、夏里奥；28号台王云、周龙；30号台陈思明、马良；TV 台赵汝亮、郑肖怀。请还没有进入场地的选手马上进入比赛场地检录。
请裁判员尽快带领运动员后场。请裁判员尽快带领运动员后场。请孙源、牛壮尽快到后场区候场。请孙源、牛。中巴转动，世界秋冬，女士们、先生们，这里是利百文台一乔氏杯2025中式巴球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛国内组第二阶段双败第二轮17至32场的比赛现场。首先，让我们有请运动员、裁判员入场。 22号台由刘俊言对阵张坤鹏，裁判员宋明明。4号台由崔明军对阵李义南，裁判员刘媛媛。6号台由杨帆对阵孙鹏，裁判员张梦蝶。8号台由石汉清对阵冯泽元，裁判员李亚帆。10号台由孟凡宇对阵陈哲，裁判员杜立新。12号台由博俊杰对阵王思诺，裁判员刘宇。14号台由孙元对阵牛壮，裁判员龚一航。16号台由赵延浩对阵曹宇鹏，裁判员田海林。18号台由郝天对阵陈双友，裁判员冯雅琪。20号台由唐春晓对阵楚炳杰，裁判员佘真真。22号台由张太义对阵雷义伟，裁判员张月秋。25号台由孔德金对阵吴振宇，裁判员张娜。26号台由沈申义对阵夏里奥，裁判员蒋宇格。28号台由王云 对阵周龙，裁判员袁义群。30号台由陈思明对阵马良，裁判员李丹阳。TV 台由赵汝亮对阵郑肖怀，主裁判陆月，助理裁判马嘉欣、陈思寻。比赛即将开始，敬请期待。
申湘怀你好，赵汝亮你好，请双方选手争夺开局选择权。Q 口令预备，3、2、1，开始。郑湘怀获得开局选择权。
Now, I do hope you guys are back on the stream, but welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. You are now watching the Super Tour, which is going on from the 25th of December to the 4th of January. That final will be at 2 p.m. local time in China on the 4th. Race to 23 as well in the final of the Super Tour. Now, stage 2 in the Chinese group, round 2. This is a loser's bracket match, and you're looking at the two players on screen, Zhao Ruliang against Zheng Zhaohai. Ask yourself, how did they lose? Tell you what, the scoreline was very close. Zhao Ruliang losing to Wang Sunhua 13-12 last night in a thriller of a match, and Zheng Zhaohai losing to Liu Junyuan 13-12 as well. That is how tight it is in this group of Chinese players. 32 Chinese players left, down to 16, double elimination. And as you know, we'll take the top 16 Chinese players with the top 16 international players, which are playing off at the moment as well. They play in the morning and the evenings. And that will be stage 3 starting in 2 days' time. Now, Zhao Ruliang, winner of 2 of these stations, won the last one in Zhejiang, won the Tianjin station as well, winning that one by beating his opponent here, Zheng Zhaohai, 21-7. Won the last one in Zhejiang, beating Zheng Kungpeng, 23-9. But this young man at the table, we saw some very impressive things from him in the Division 1 tour. Also that record 7 consecutive break-in runs. And that's the kind of form he's going to need coming up against Zhao Ruliang. This time, that break not working. That is a dry break. This is race to 13, no time limit, winner's break format. Now, I also hope you guys would have seen before the match started the way the players enter the arena announced by table number, name, and country as well. then the referees also. If you have watched our tournaments in the past, you know that's the kind of show that Joy puts on for their players and for the viewing public as well. This tournament, of course, presented by Joy Billiards and Lieberwind Cloth. That's the equipment we are using for this tournament, the official table of the Grand Masters Finals. The Joy Q8 steel blocked table. Zhao Ruliang at the table, securing solids. "24 years of age, trained by none other than Yang Fan, who's also playing in this tournament. One of the most successful players of the game also. Now in this round, having a look at some of our other matches, we have Zheng Kongpang up against Liu Junyuan, Yang Fan against Sun Peng, Sun Yan, our finalist at the Baotao Station, is up against Niu Zhang, winner of the 13th Joy Masters Grand Finals this year, is on table 14. And I also did see that Chu Bingjie is playing at the moment. If I'm not mistaken, he's playing against Tang Shun Shao. Yes, that is Tang Shun Shao up against Chu Bingjie. And both those players have lost a match already, which means whichever player loses in that match will be out of this tournament. So we will be losing either Chu Bingjie or Tang Shun Shao after this round is complete. Chao Yupeng, Zheng Taiyi, and Kong Dejing also in this draw at the moment. So very, very strong. One of the strongest last 32 that I've seen from the Chinese bracket. Couldn't get the cue ball down the right side. That's why he's opted to go left side, potting the black ball into the bottom right corner pocket. And it's there, and that's what happens when you break dry against Zhao Ruliang when he is in this kind of form. Rack and run for him. He's 1-0 up in this race to 13. Now, there are a few of the Chinese players that have mastered the softer break. Zheng Zhaohai, one of those players, Zhao Ruliang, another one, Chu Bingjie, Sun Yuan. Those are the 4 players that come to mind so far that have mastered the softer break, because the break rule has changed this year. No need for 4 balls to pass the balk line. All you need is 4 balls touching a cushion. Now, you would have seen that many of these Chinese players can break really, really hard, a lot of power into that, but then again, They also have the softer, more controlled break. Yeah, similar to that. But in the past, I've seen him use a break that's even less power into it. So 2 frames at the moment, 2 dry breaks. These players do break so well usually. That's why the break and run rate is so high. That's why they're able to get consecutive break and runs. I'd say both these players with very similar styles. And since this is also a loser's bracket match, it means one of these players is going to be going home after this match, unfortunately. Yeah, you'd notice in the way they play, it's very controlled. It's very calm. Very positive play as well. It's all about cue ball control with these 2 players in this match. Because at this level, when these players can pot from pretty much anywhere, it's just about how easy they can make the finish for themselves. Not exactly the desired response there. Didn't want to be going into the 14 like that. Definitely didn't want the cue ball this close to the cushion. Yeah, the positional error there meant he wasn't perfect on the 2. Had to take the 1 then, and that was a recovery. Especially cue ball off the cushion like that makes that pot so much more difficult. And opportunity over to Zhao Ruliang. Went for the combination. As you could see, that striped object ball was not really in the pocket. It had to be made. And that's why that hasn't worked out for him. And now surely I would expect Jing Zhaohai to get this point. And yes, the 2 is difficult, but that's the standard at which these players play at. I don't really foresee that being a problem. Notice how he purposely left himself low on the 4. He wasn't supposed to be that low, but used the angle anyway to free the 2. Just wanted to be slightly low on the 4 that he could get up to the 2. Oh, that's an error. That is careless from Zheng Zhaohai. Not at all what we expect from him. Not on his game at the moment at the beginning of this match against Zhao Ruliang. Yeah, he's going to make me eat my words where I said that it surely should be a clearance for him. I did expect it to be careless error getting around the 2 ball from Zheng Zhaohai. Opportunity for Zhao Ruliang to increase his lead in this match. Now both these players are very capable of putting together quite a few break-in runs. Usually seeing above 70% one-visit clearance rate from these two players at the table. Very high run-out rate, break-in run rate as well. So looking at the stripes on the table, he's got 2 balls close to the cushion. The 14 green stripe sitting on the Lieberwind sign, that is very close to the cushion, in the middle of that bottom cushion. Now, the way he's played that, I have to say, he's played to nudge that 14 half ball, at least, and half ball would have left him on it. With the 2 being where it is, that's not a difficult safety if he chooses to go that route. But no need. It's on the bank on the 11, red stripe to the opposite center pocket. But does he play this with an element of safety to get the cue ball back? No, not at all. As you can see, if he missed that, he left the 2 on for Zheng Zhaohai. So that's full attack. There's no element of safety at all in a shot like that. You'd see many players playing that shot to get the cue ball back onto the left side, wrong side of the 2, to make sure it's not potable. But at the same time, compromising position for your next ball. As you can see, almost straight on this 14. And that cue ball is tight up against the cushion, which makes this pot a lot more difficult. We saw Zheng Zhaohai miss the one ball earlier, and that was a much easier one ball when the cue ball was close to the cushion. It's there, no mistake. Cue that very positively as Zhao Ruliang gets his second point on the board. We are going to see whether he changes his break slightly. He's seen that the first one hasn't worked for him. Does he make any adjustments to that? Try and break this pack a bit differently to make a ball on that break. You are looking at making ball in one of the center pockets. That's usually the break these players are going for. Of course, must check the pack. Checking just to make sure that the top three balls at least are all touching and the rest of the balls are as close as they can be together. Yeah, that's the full power break this time. But it's also gonna be dry. Once again, Zheng Zhaohai comes to the table and it's not the most obvious finish. He has a bit of work to do no matter which ball set he takes. As you see the 7, 9, 15 on the right side. Having a look at some of our other score lines of the matches on at the moment. Let's see. Yeah, we have Liu Junyuan against Zheng Kongpeng, 3-1 to Kongpeng at the moment. Yang Fan is 3-1 up against Sun Peng. Wang Senhua is 3-0 up against Bo Junjie, and Niu Zhang 4-0 up against Sun Yan at the moment. That's how quick these matches go. Chu Bingjie 4-1 up against Tang Shun Shao with 2 break and runs, 1 rack and run. Zhang Taiyi is 3-1 up against Li Yiwei. 2 rack and runs for Zhang Taiyi. And Chen Siming is playing at the moment as well. She is 5-0 up against Ma Liang. And that is with 4 break and runs, 1 rack and run. So Chen Siming, 5 frames, 5 one-visit clearances. And that would actually mean that she is on 4 consecutive break and runs at the moment. Yeah, so Chen Siming in top form. against Ma Liang, 5-0 up in that race to 13. Now it's all going to come down to the 7 ball on this table. Wasn't straight enough on that 2 ball to go into the 7 from there, so it's going to have to do that from the 1 ball. Or the other option, because the 14 was in the way, leave himself on the bank to the left center pocket. And it's there. And with that bank, didn't want to be moving those stripes from Zhao Ruliang either. See the 9 and the 15, didn't want to touch those just in case. Zheng Zhaohai gets his first point on the board, and that is off the dry break from Zhao Ruliang. So 1 rack and run each at the moment, score 2-1 in favor of Zhao Ruliang.
黑八是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
第4局，盛潇怀开球。
So as you see, both players actually changing the break, opting for the much more powerful break, but even now not working, not potting a ball on that break is Zheng Zhaohai.
10秒，延时。
It looked like he wanted to take that 4 ball onto the center, but chose against that. decided to play safe instead. It is still an open table in this fourth frame. Now with the 15 stripe being where it is right next to the black ball, and there's not enough space to fit in there, from this camera angle at least, it means that both these players will want to secure solids. Yeah, which is why you are going to see a little bit of a tactical battle until one of these players do make a mistake and give their opponent a good chance to pot a solid at least, because I don't really see a way of getting that 15 out. Can't go into it, obviously. Then you'd pretty much be wasting a visit if you try and just take it out. Yeah, and Zhao Liang has used his extension on his first shot, which meant that when the referee called 10 seconds, he didn't have an extension. That's why he got down and played that so quickly. Yeah, there's a 12 available to the center pocket. How tempted are you to take the 12 and try and get the cue ball into 13 and 15? Not tempted enough. Yeah, I think he just got a bit fed up with playing the tactical game at Zheng Zhaohai. And surely now it means that Zhao Liang can take solids. Now straight away trying to play on that one ball, but pace of the tables got him a bit there. As you can see how close he is to that one. From the top it looks like it does go. He's going to have to elevate his bridging and play across it, but he can pot this. Choosing against it though, which means he's going to have to come back for the 1 and 6 at some point in this frame. This is coming close. Yeah, he's gotten a bit fortunate there with that miss. These two players haven't started flowing just yet in this match. Let's say for them, medium distance, a race to 13, as it is a race to 23 when it does come to the final. So in stage 3, we have race to 13 first day, and then we go 15, 17. And each day we add 2 to the race. Problem for Zhao Ruliang at the moment is all of his solids but one is in that balk area. And of course the one pocket being blocked by the black ball, which means he's tried to put the 5 on the 10. That was the shot he's played there, which would mean that it wouldn't be easy for Jing Zhaohai to leave him anywhere safe. But now 6 solids in the balk area. And currently both those balk pockets blocked. Tell you what, I think this is going to be the longest frame of this match, because once these two players warm up and start playing the way we know they can, things are going to go very quick. That's a good shot from Jing Zhaohai. He's managed to free 2 of his stripes. And what Ruliang needs to do now is pot that 10. Because if he doesn't, I'm sure Jing Zhaohai is going to try and find a way to get the 15 out into open play somehow. So he has managed to pot that 10 ball at least. That little nudge on the 12 looks to me like he's actually taken that 12 from being potable to the center. Now, not. Looks like he's going for this. Look, it's not the worst result possible. At least he's tried to do it as early as he can. And although Zhao Ruliang is at the table, there is a lot of work to do here to make this finish on solids. Needed one good shot at the start of that visit, and he's got it. That has really opened things up for him. Only thing is, push the 6 ball to the bottom cushion. He's going to have to travel down there and then back up. So because of where he's put himself with the cue ball, it's gone a little bit wrong. It means that he's going to have to jump his own ball here. Yeah, at that distance, these players don't miss shots like that. Hitting center cue ball, even with the jump shots, you could see hardly any side. It didn't look like there was any side on that cue ball. He's got dead center cue ball on that jump. This is what I mean by both these players are not flowing just yet. It's not an error he'd normally make. It's not the first time that he's overran or underran the position. Now to the 6. This needs to slow down. This needs to slow down. Yeah, he's overrun that by 40 centimeters at least. Tough to go for the pot on the 6 because if he gives the table back to Jing Zhaohai, there is definitely a clearance on. He's gone for it. It looks close. It is very close. But look at where the cue ball is. Look at the angle on the 9. He plays the 9, he frees the 12. 14 waits outside the center pocket. 15 at the top of the table, goes past the 3. I have to say, he's going to take care of his problem ball right now on his first shot at this visit. Hasn't really been rewarded with good position from that, but didn't make good contact with the 12 ball. It's a tough cut to get in. As you can see, we're right above it. He got it. Managed to get the cue ball into the bottom half of the table. Might need to check the cue ball slightly off the cushion to come back for the 12 to be played into the same pocket. Yeah, it's just a touch of inside. And look at the bounce he's got off that cushion. Also overrun that position by about 10 centimeters at least, 10 to 20 centimeters. He's called his extension as well now, so both players have used their time extension in this frame. This is not easy, especially with the rest. It looks good though. Still not perfect. Now the 15 does pass the 3. He's not going to be able to hold this cue ball, not from that angle. Going to have to play up and down the table. He's played up and down the table. He would have been really good on the black ball. He's going to pot the 15 using the 3, put the cue ball safe. Yeah, that was not the plan at all, and Chao Ruliang showing he is human and can make mistakes. Ball in hand. Frame should go to Zheng Zhaohai, taking this black ball into the top left corner pocket. And it's there. Score is 2-all. That was a tough frame. Now in this losers bracket match, race to 13, the score is 2-all between these two great players. And it is a must-win to stay in the tournament. Zheng Zhaohai to break in this 5th frame. As you can see, the breaks are not working for both these players at the moment. So far, after 4 frames played, Just 2 one-visit clearances, 1 rack and run each from both these players. See, Zheng Kongpeng is 6-2 up against Liu Junyan. Yang Fan also 6-2 up in his match. Niu Zhang 6-0 up on Sun Yuan. And Chu Bingjie is 6-3 up against Tang Shunshao. Those are the score lines that we will be looking at throughout these matches. So far in these frames, both these players making a few mistakes, unforced errors, 1 or 2 missed pots, a few overruns or underruns on the cue ball, and that's been costing them the one-visit clearances. That's why we haven't seen that many so far. Yeah, push the cue ball past the 7 to be slightly low on the 10 to the center pocket. Now focus turns to the 13, that's on the right side of the table, that's on our screen. It's either break that out or bank that 13. So only real options from where it is. 4 ball is blocking its route to that bottom corner pocket. It's got an angle on this to get in there. I think with a shot like that, he would have even settled to move the 4. Give the 13 space to run down to the bottom right corner pocket. Yeah, it's going all kinds of wrong at the moment for Zhao Ruliang. Fives come over the center pocket, which means the cross bank not available on the 13. Now, if you are looking for the draws or the flowcharts or live scores for the players still remaining from the international group or the Chinese group, that is on our Facebook page, World Heyball Tour. That has been shared, should be 22 hours ago. You'd see that there along with the schedule for the next few days. What a piece of luck that is from Zheng Zhaohai, and it's not often you see that, because it's not often you see players missing. Rattles the 6, caroms into the 3 ball and sends the 3 into the left center pocket. lost the cue ball again. Has Zheng Zhaohai. And it's so rare to see these players struggling this much with the cue ball. Especially him having played on this table quite a few times in the last 2 weeks. It's where he had his 7 consecutive break-in runs. Total of 9 break-in runs in that match. And when the cue ball is slightly out of sync, that's when things start to become a bit difficult. As I said, most of these players can pot from anywhere, but even then you have to work for every frame. You feel like you're fighting against the cue ball. Yeah, I would be tempted to actually disturb the 4-ball being where it is. But then again, you do that, you're not guaranteed to be on it. 2-ball is quite a distance away. That's worked out well. I think that's the best result he could have got from that. Really don't understand what's going on at the moment in this match, because that's another error. That cue ball was supposed to be much closer to the 2, if not right behind it. Just looking at having the cue ball somewhere around where the 13 is currently. That's a long way away. And that's made that pot much tougher. Now, a chance that Zhao Ruliang didn't think he was going to get in this frame. I didn't think he was going to get one either, judging by how the solids were with the Zheng Zhaohai at the table. Better this time. Made sure, well, it worked in his favor that it came up short. If that was slightly longer, he's going to be behind the 15. Yeah, we've had some strange frames thus far in this match. And Jing Shaohai finally gets that point on the board. He's leading Zhao Ruliang 3 frames to 2. And they are both struggling out there. You can see it after 5 frames played. Not at all the start that we expected from these two players, but early stages in this match, just 5 frames played in the race to 13. Just 2 one-visit clearances. That's 1 rack and run each for both these players. I do see a question on the YouTube stream asking what happens if a player plays a ball and the ball leaves the table. So if the ball leaves the table, or leaves the playing surface, an object ball, and ends up on the floor, for example, that ball will be put into the pocket. It's not respotted. The ball goes into the pocket, and that is a foul against the player that committed that, which will mean a ball in hand for the opponent. He's checked the rack. He seems happy with it. Now, so far, I think it's all been dry breaks in this match. That's why we haven't seen any break and runs. And this time, cue ball in, which means ball in hand for Zhao Ruliang behind the balk line. Yeah, there was a lot of topspin on that cue ball. You saw it actually arc into the center pocket. Didn't get kicked in, straight off the pack. Now, ball in hand behind the balk line, has to play forward down table. Can't play any of the balls within the balk area. And he straight away used his extension. And if it's the black ball that leaves the table, that is a loss of frame. That is the same as committing a foul while playing the black ball or while potting the black ball. So it's like potting the cue ball and the black ball at the same time. I believe in Heyball rules, the only time a ball is ever respotted is on the break, and that's if it's the black ball potted on the break. That is how the rule is stated. That is the only time a ball is ever respotted in the rules of Heyball. Yeah, I don't really think I've seen Zhao Ruliang miss this many balls. Not in an entire match, let alone just 6 frames in at the moment.
10秒，延时。10秒，5、4、3。
That's a good pot on the 1 from Xing Zhaohai. Still work to do here. That 3 blocked by the 15 to the top left corner pocket. Has to clear that.
10秒，5、4、3。
Yeah, you can see the cue ball is just not there. It's not there for both these players. That's why he's opted safety, wasn't really on anything. And that 11 ball now tied up behind the black ball for Zhao Ruliang. He'd love to clear that now, actually use this visit to do that, but the problem is it looks like that 11 and black ball might be set combination to the center pocket. Advantage slightly swaying towards Xing Zhaohai now that he's got the 3 out. He's moved those 2 stripes from in front of the pocket to sitting on the ball cushion. Yeah, at the moment, things not looking too good for your previous station winner, Zhao Ruliang. Hasn't found his game yet against Jing Xiaohai. Both players haven't found the break yet, more importantly. Oh my word, you cannot make this up. You just cannot make this up. If you give him that shot 99 out of 100 times, he's getting the cue ball onto the right side of the black ball. You absolutely cannot make this up, what we are seeing in this match. I'm in disbelief. These two players are struggling so much at the moment. This is not an easy black ball. Yeah, they're out of sorts at the moment. Usually, even though that was a tough one, another one saying over 80% pot rate on that. Yeah, whatever he does here, he'll be leaving Zhao Ruliang with the shot. This is a tough jump. You need more elevation than distance. Even worse, he's potted one of Zhao Ruliang's balls. And that is ball in hand over to Zhao Ruliang. Really don't expect any problems from here for Zhao Ruliang. He's overrun that slightly. I'd like to be much straighter on this to the center pocket. Shouldn't be an issue off the ball cushion and back, and again the pace. But he gets the point on the board. And the cue ball just stops before reaching the corner pocket. That is 3-all at the moment in this race to 13. You are watching stage 2 of the Chinese group.
第7局，赵如亮开球。10秒，延时。
That was definitely a pot attempt at that 5-ball. And it is still an open table in the 7th frame. The score 3-all between Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Zhaohai. should be solids in play after this shot from Zheng Zhaohai. Now 1 and the 7, it does look like the 1 could go into the center pocket. If it does, it's going to be pushing the 7 towards the 3 ball. Doesn't want either of them to go to the right side cushion. That was the worry. Played it tough enough though, got the 7 off the cushion. It's okay, but that also could have gone wrong, and it's not normally the kind of shots that you see Zheng Zhaohai playing. Not shots where you could lose the cue ball. Was not guaranteed to be on anything after that. Extension on the cue, which means, well, he's just taken it off. Thought that he feels he can get to the 7 ball first. As you can see, the 3 is not perfectly set to the center pocket, needs to be made. A little bit tougher because of how close the cue ball is to the object ball. Pace is good enough this time. Pace is definitely good enough to play the 6 into the top left corner pocket. Problem is, black ball isn't available into all the pockets. From this camera angle, at least it looks like it's not into the right center on our screen. He has to be careful of the pace here. That's been the problem. Not behind the 11 anywhere, but behind the 11. That's the first time I've ever seen him show this much emotion. It's completely uncharacteristic. And again, whatever he chooses to do, if the black ball doesn't go in, he's leaving Zhao Ruliang on something for sure. Say 3 pots available. Here's the 11 red stripe down to the bottom left. 10 goes to the center, so does a 12. 10 goes to bottom corner, which we're right behind as well. It's there. Honestly, in this match, these players just showing us that they are actually human, that they do make mistakes as well, and that they do have some bad sessions or some bad days. Although, of course, their bad day standard is still a very, very high standard. Still is one of the best in the world. And the thing is, they don't come that often for these players. Which means it's a very rare sight to actually see these players out of position, missing a pot or two, or struggling the way they have been so far. And after the mistake from Zheng Xiaohai not getting position on the black ball, Zhao Ruliang takes his 4th point. He's 4-3 up in this race to 13. Eighth frame now, it will be Zhao Ruliang to break. Looks like he is using the more powerful break. Glove on. That's usually what follows. Let's see if there's anything in. No. I think that's also why these players haven't found any rhythm. They're so used to breaking well and potting a ball on the break and making a few consecutive break and runs. There's been no chance to gain any kind of momentum here. Now we will be having the player break after this. after this 8th frame. Now, if he can hold his nerve, should be going into the break 4-all. Should be able to get this point on the board. Gonna need to navigate through some traffic though. The 1 and the 4 opposite ends of the table. Looks like he should have the potting angle of the 1 with the angle he does have. Be able to swing the cue ball around, coming through the left side of the table on our screen to be on the 4 ball. Then it's all about the 4 to the black ball, back down to the side of the table. Now, if the 13 wasn't where it is, I think the shot he would play is to stun it off 2 cushions, coming into the angle between 10 and 12, but don't think he can force the cue ball past the 13. That's the reason why he's played it like that, to just leave line of sight for the black ball. It's not an easy one from that distance. And it's not there. He fails to equalize.
10秒。
Yeah, this is a second frame now in a row that Jing Zhaohai has failed to get nicely on the black ball, and that's cost him the frame, or cost him the visit at least. Yet to see if it cost him the frame in this 8th frame. He was not supposed to leave any line of sight on the black ball for Jing Zhaohai. The previous shot as well was a terrible positional shot. Got quite close with that black ball, which means puts a bit of pressure on Zhao Ruliang now to make this finish. He can't afford to leave line of sight. If this has rolled too far, he's in no man's land. He would have at least expected to be on the 15 to the center pocket past the 9. And if it has gone too far, he's going to have to take the combination 14-10. Oh, we are right behind it. He's on the 15. It's okay. Half a roll more and he wasn't. Don't really think he's going to have the opportunity to move the black ball at all. He's going to have to play it where it lies. So you're going to want to get right behind it, but also problem is he's a right-handed player, which means he either leaves the cue ball center of the table to reach it or just past the center, or he'll have to use the rest. Does he play to hold or up and down? I don't believe what I'm seeing here. I really don't. You cannot make up what's going on in this match. Surely it looked like he could come off the ball cushion and land decently on the black ball. So far in this match, if I'm not mistaken, it's, yeah, just 2 1-visit clearances. This is the 8th frame being played. That's a really decent shot from Zheng Zhaohai. Black ball looks to be tight to the ball cushion, a lot of distance between cue ball and object ball. Is it going to be a safety battle until one of these players make a mistake, or is he going to go for the bank? He's gone for it. That was an attempt at the bank shot. Hasn't worked out, but hasn't given away position either. Opportunity for a possible cross bank into the right center pocket on our screen for Zhao Ruliang. Opting against it, looking for a safety. That is not very safe. That pots. That definitely does pot. Overcut. Cue ball stays on the table, and this is a better opportunity for Zhao Ruliang. And if the cue ball stays on the table, which it does, Zhao Ruliang takes his 5th point. That is 5-3 to Zhao Ruliang. As we go into the 8th frame player break, we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
比赛专用提醒您：精彩比赛
马上开始。
一线赛事指定台迷丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。
河北省天翼集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
No question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天耀球杆，换一切为可能。
中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
欧尚地毯，突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第9局，赵汝亮开球。 10秒。5、4。10秒，延时。
And we are back after that player break at 8 frames played. Joining the action, Jing Zhaohai at the table. 5-3 down currently. Race to 13, and this is to stay in the tournament. This is loser's bracket. Both these players did take a loss. Zhao Ruliang to Wang Sunyu 13-12, and Jing Zhaohai took a loss to Liu Junyan 13-12 also. Now usually both these players are so pinpoint accurate when it comes to their cue ball control. Usually also hardly ever missing a pot. Player at the table at the moment holds the record for this tournament. Break and runs, consecutive break and runs, 7 consecutive break and runs, 9 in total in that match. And that was a race to 13 as well. You don't get 7 consecutive break and runs with being loose with the cue ball. Other than getting a ball on the break, that's the main thing that has to be there. The cue ball control has to be perfect. But that's what's been lacking so far. I think that's why after 2 hours play, we are only at 5-3. Now this is a race to 13, no time limit, which means we will reach 13, no matter how long it takes. Makes that black ball. That's a good finish from Jing Zhaohai as he gets his 4th point on the board. He trails 5-4 to Zhao Ruliang. If you have been watching this match from the beginning, you'd know that these two players, they aren't on it yet, aren't playing their best or what we've seen of them in the past. Now, during that player break, what do you do in that scenario? You've got 5 to 10 minutes. I'm sure there must be conversations that you are having with yourself in that situation. You have to pretty much just wake up. You know what you, especially at this level, these players know exactly what they are capable of doing. And both these two players, I'd say top 5, top 10 in the world. Zhao Ruliang having won 2 of these station events recently. That was the Zhejiang station event, beating Zheng Kongpeng. Then the Tianjin as well, beating Zheng Zhaohai 21-7 and Kongpeng 23-9. So you really would consider Zhao Ruliang at least one of the best players in the world currently. Let's have a look at some of the live scores. I know one of the big matches on at the moment, Chu Bingjie up against Tang Shunshao. I know Chu Bingjie was leading that. Now Tang is leading. The score is 9-7 to Tang Shunshao. Got 3 break-in runs. 4 rack-in runs. Actually, let me just get the scoreline updated for you guys. Okay, we see Zheng Kongpeng 11-8 up against Liu Junyan. Yang Fan is 9-8 up against Sun Peng. Bo Junji is 10-5 up against Wang Senhua. Sun Yan is 9-7 up against Niu Zheng. He was down 6-0, I believe, at one point in that match. My apologies, the scoreline for the Tang Shunshao Chu Bingjie match was not updated. It's updated now, and Tang Shunshao has won their 13-10, and that was a loser's bracket match, which means Chu Bingjie is out of the tournament. Yes, that was a loser's bracket match. Let's confirm that. If we go to last night's scores, we are looking for Chu Bingjie. Yes, Tang Shunshao lost 13-4 to Bo Junjie, which means that Chu Bingjie would have taken a loss as well. Yeah, Chu Bingjie lost to Ma Liang 13-8. So that was a loser's bracket match on between Tang Shunshao and Chu Bingjie. She advances and knocks Chu Bingjie out of the tournament. Yeah, definitely better from Zhao Ruliang now. And this is one of those important cushion balls that have to go down. He's going to land himself almost perfectly on the black ball afterwards. We are right behind. Yeah, not a miss that he'd usually make. Not at all. Usually give these players, I mean, we see them potting that all the time, 80% to 90% pot rate on a ball like that. And that miss on the 3 has opened the door for possible equalizer for Jing Zhaohai. So if he can get rid of the 14, that's the green stripe just below where he is now. Then come back up, use the 11 to move the 10. Yeah, it's the reason I said, well, I thought he would have taken the 14 first. It meant he can go into the 10 full-blooded and really attack the 10 ball. It's almost guaranteed to be on the 12 ball afterwards. If he can't find the spot, at least he needs to leave the cue ball on the left side of the table. Yeah, similar to that, that's okay. He's most likely guaranteed himself another visit to the table. Oh, what a pot that is. That is a top draw pot from Zhao Ruliang. Deserves some kind of position on the black ball. Really deserved more than that. Yeah, it's a brilliant shot from Zhao Ruliang there. Now he's looking at cutting back this black ball to the bottom left corner pocket. It's there. What a shot that is from Zhao Ruliang to get his 6 point on the board. And yeah, he's grinding. He's having to grind for these points, but he's getting them. The score is 6-4 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. There's his 2 excellent pots. Look at that. Cue ball just passes the 3. He deserved a little bit of more luck coming around, but then managing to get that black ball in. So far in this match, 10 frames played. We've got 3 one-visit clearances only. That's 2 rack and runs from Jing Shaohai, 1 from Zhao Ruliang. The glove is on. Expecting a big break here. A lot of power into this. The 4 ball just missing the center pocket. He's got the 5 in, and I think that is his first break potting a ball in the entire match thus far. I have to say, so far in this match, I feel like he's been taking the chances slightly better. It's the reason he's 2 frames ahead. It's been neck and neck, but he's been taking them a little bit better. Now, if he can take this as well, he gets himself to 7, stays at the table breaking. We have a different match on our hands. Gonna go straight down for the 9. Now from this camera angle, it looks like the 11 does not pass the 7. That's the red stripe 11, which means he's going to have to find another pocket for it. The angle is slightly too steep to even nudge into that 11 ball. But not able to convert that break into a break and run, unfortunately. Now our next match for the TV table is from the international group. Will be the losers bracket round 3. And that is scheduled for 6 p.m. local time. That is 1.5 hours time. Does look like we have our TV table match already for that session. That will be Warathanan Sukruthanas from Thailand against Cheng Chie Liu. That is at 6 p.m. local time here in China on the TV table. Losers bracket round 3 from the international group stage 2. Now, problem still on the table for Zhao Ruliang will be that 11 ball that is behind the 7, still not potable. Got to find a way to either disturb 11 and 7 or get the cue ball tight in on the top right-hand side of the table to pot it into the top left. He's done well with that, and it looks like he might have just enough angle to get the cue ball back onto the side of the table. Yeah, it's more like the Zhao Ruliang that we are used to seeing. Yeah, so this is the Super Tour that's currently being played. It comes after the Division 1 Tour, which ended on the 24th, won by Kong De Jing. In the Division 1 Tour, well, the main difference between these two tournaments, the Division 1 Tour is an open draw, meaning international players and Chinese players together. Around 50 international players with 650 plus Chinese players. An open draw means you could face players like Zhao Ruliang, Zheng Kongpeng in the first round of the tournament, and Chu Bingxi as well. That's what open draw means, and that's ended. Kong Dejing, the winner of that, and now it's the Super Tour, which follows the same format as the Grand Masters finals, which is international players play separately to the Chinese players until we have the top 16 in each group. And then stage 3 is an open draw with those last 32 players. So at the moment we are still eliminating players. We have 48 international players left. We had 68 yesterday. After this morning, already a few eliminated. 48 international players going down to 16 currently, and 32 Chinese players down to 16 as well. Now the match you are currently watching is from the loser's bracket, which means the loser of this match is eliminated and out of the tournament. For this game, I don't think it's too much the weight for the break cue that's important. It's most times carbon fiber. It's the reason they're able to get so much power. And yeah, you just have to look at what the top players are using. There's the Potts break cue. There's the Predator, BK Rush. There are players using the Q Lee's break cue as well, the Mez. I feel in this game the break comes down to having the right equipment, of course. No real need to reinvent the wheel, just see what's working for most of these players, and that's what most players go for. But then it comes down to technique. And there is definitely a lot of technique in this break. And if you'd ask my opinion, it's the two players that are playing this match that have some of the best technique when it comes to the break. I know it's not being shown right now in this match, but I haven't seen any other player on the TV table make as many consecutive break-in runs as these two. In the previous station, Zhao Ruliang had 6 or 7 consecutive break-in runs. Last week, Jing Zhaohai had 7 consecutive break-in runs on this table. Jing Zhaohai uses the Perry break cue. You'll notice it has orange dragons wrapped around the black butt of the cue, but also carbon fiber shaft. Popular choice, though, for most of the players is the Predator BK Rush. So there is definitely an opportunity to make a finish on solids.
10秒，延时。
In this scenario, I'll tell you, most players would play the 2 onto the 5. Also, the way he's played the 1, he knows if he pots that, he makes the 7. Work's done at the bottom end of the table, and then he goes up to finish. Score currently 7-4 in this race to 13. It is winner's break, and loser of this match is eliminated out of the tournament. Adding the 7 to the slight cluster that's in the balk area, which means 6 of those solids for Zhao Ruliang now in that section of the table. Don't see a cushion contacted. Yeah, that's a foul. That 11 ball did not make contact with the cushion. So in Heyball rules, after making contact with the object ball, either the cue ball or the object ball has to make contact with the cushion for it to be a legal shot. What you're going to see Zhao Ruliang do here is pot that stripe 15 using the 4 and get the cue ball safe as well behind the 6. Now that is a legal shot. As long as you touch your ball first, you can pot your opponent's ball on the table. You see, tight up against the 6-ball. It's not giving Jing Zhaohai that many options to come out of this one. But he's made direct contact with the stripe. That's a legal shot. But he has left Zhao Ruliang in with a great chance to get another point on the scoreboard. The way he's played this, it looks like the 3 should pass the 2 into that top right corner pocket. It does. Now the 7 needs to pass the 2 as well. And he is going to have to bring the cue ball back to the side of the table for the 1 ball. That was what he was trying to avoid. That's exactly what he was trying to avoid. What looked like was going to be a finish has now put the 2 ball in pretty much a safe position at the moment. That's not possible from where the cue ball is. Went for the cannon into the 10 to open the 2. Didn't work out. He might be in trouble when he comes back to the table, though. Oh, look at the angle we have on the 13 to the center pocket. That cue ball can be straight line to go into the 10 too. There we go. He's got it. He pots the 2. Again, not the best roll for the cue ball, but he's okay. He's on something. He's on the 12 to the center pocket. So as of 2025 Heyball rules, the break rule has been changed. It used to be that you had to break from the side, 16 centimeters away from the side cushion. That was called the kitchen, was the breaking zone. That time we used to use the template rack or the magic rack. 2025 rules, however, it's a triangle rack and you can break from anywhere behind the balk line. Cue ball can be placed anywhere within the balk area. Also the 4-point break rule which we had before is also gone. As you know, before, for it to be a legal break, 4 balls had to pass the balk line. It's a 4-point rule, or 1 ball pots, 3 balls past the balk line, and so on. The current rule set for it to be a legal break, just 4 balls have to make contact with a cushion. Seems like this is going to be a costly mistake from Zhao Ruliang, getting that 2 so close to the 10 ball. Wasn't perfect on that black ball, but gets it in. Gets his 5th point on the board. Zhao Ruliang still leading 7 frames to 5 in this race to 13.
第13局，郑湘怀开球。10秒，延时。 10秒。5。
Definitely a bit better from Zhao Ruliang now at the table. So missed a 3-ball like this earlier in the match. One that we didn't expect him to miss. He's decided to roll it. I never expected him to play it like that. And that pocket is still open. The 11 ball should go. If Xing Zhaohai can find a way to get that 13 off the cushion, this is definitely game on. Yeah, so the balls used for this game, he's almost got the 13 off there, but not yet. He's got a few more opportunities. Yeah, the balls used in this game are American pool balls. It's the same set that you'd see played with on a 9-ball table. That's 2 1/4 inches, and they are Aramuth premium balls. It's Aramuth Pro Cup TV set. And the pocket sizes are 85 millimeters at the slate drop. That is for the corner pockets. That's 85 millimeters at the slate drop. So it's a ball and a bit. As you can see, have a look at the 10 that's going in now. Yes, slightly, a bit of space on either side. Which is why, depending on the angle you have, there's a little bit of opportunities to cheat the pocket slightly. Obviously, the closer the ball is to the cushion, the less of the pocket is even available. There was another attempt at going into the 13. He's running out of options here. If he doesn't get into the 13, he's going to have to play the 13. Meaning play it where it lies and take it to the top left corner pocket. Been lucky enough to be on the 9 still. What could he do from here? Stun the 9 in, land low on the 15, use the 15 to get into the 13. That's one option. Doesn't look like he's going that route though. Strange shot choice. Coming at it directly, you were almost guaranteed a double kiss. Unless you caught that quarter ball. And from this, it still doesn't look like it goes into the center pocket. If anything, it's made it a little bit more difficult to take to the bottom corner or top corner pocket. Yeah, he's looking at playing the 15 with a lot of inside English to come towards the 13 now. It's close and it's not there. That is the 4th attempt on that 13. What's the plan now, Jing Zhaohai? That's a good shot. Considering the circumstances, that is an excellent shot. Returns the favor, it looks good enough. So the winner break rule, that is more of a tournament rule rather than the rule set in the Heyball rules. So it differs tournament to tournament. In China, for the Joy Masters events, it is winner's break rule now. For the WPA events that we have all over the world, the WPA Heyball events, that is alternate break. We definitely do monitor the comments on our YouTube stream and Facebook stream. So if there are any questions that you'd like to know about the players, about the game, or about the tournament, we will do our best to get that information for you guys. He spotted it. Thought as much. But we're going to come down to safety play on the black ball again. Wants the black ball to be tight on the bottom cushion, cue ball to be tight to the ball cushion. He's done well. Yeah, it's usually the shot you see snooker players playing in that situation. Get the cue ball onto one side of the table, black ball onto the other. You do sometimes leave the bank though. And the safety from here is cue ball into balk, black ball on the bottom cushion again. Yeah, like that. Very similar to that. And the black ball looks to be tight on the cushion on the bottom of our screen, which makes any shot you play that much more difficult, although he's got it very close to the left side cushion as well. It's a good shot from Zhao Ruliang. He's went for it. He's went for it like he did last time they were on the black ball. I think this is a potting opportunity for Zhao Ruliang now. Score 7-5 to get his 8th point. This is a race to 13 winner break format, and so far, don't think we've seen any break and runs. Here we haven't. 1 rack and run for Zhao Ruliang, 2 rack and runs for Zheng Zhao Hai. It's not there. It's not there, and that was wide by quite a bit. What has he left? It's definitely easier than the opportunity he had. He's made it. Zheng Zhaohai gets his 6th point on the board. The score is 7-6 in favor of Zhao Ruliang. That is a nice look at the Joy Q8 Golden Leg table, official table of the Grand Masters Finals. That is the tournament conditions for this tournament, the Joy Q8 and the Lieberwind 8848 cloth. And if you are interested in purchasing one of these tables, contact number is in the YouTube comment section. And if you're on Facebook, you can contact Doris Cheng from Joy directly or message the WHT page. These tables are shipped worldwide. Replay of that break. Don't see anything in. The 2 misses the pocket. That is an open table. Try break from Jing Zhaohai once again. And if you have just joined us, this is stage 2 of the Chinese group. 32 players down to 16 here at the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour. On the TV table, Zhao Ruliang against Jing Zhaohai. This is a race to 13 winners break. And we really hope you are enjoying the streams thus far in the tournament. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, and I'll be with you right to the finals, which will be on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time. Honestly, hoping to see one of these players in the finals once again. Zhao Ruliang, winner of the Zhejiang Station, beat Zheng Kongpeng in the final of that. 3rd place finisher was Gareth Potts from the UK. Zhao Ruliang also winner of the Tianjin Super Station, beating Jing Zhaohai in the final of that one. So it would be nice to see one of them make it far in the tournament as well. And we do wish all our viewers around the world a Merry Christmas, and hope you are having a great festive period. We also hope that you have a great 2026. It will be live on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day as well. So throughout December and January, we are live on the Joy World Heyball Tour live page and WHT on YouTube. The holidays might be here, but the Heyball action doesn't stop. We are getting quite a few messages about Ronnie O'Sullivan playing Heyball. He isn't playing in this tournament. However, we'd love him to be playing in these tournaments as well. But he did play in an exhibition match. I believe it was 1.5 weeks ago. He played against Chu Bingjie and Jing Yubo, which he did win. Those were 2 races to 7, 7-6 and 7-4, I believe the scorelines were. He did spend some time practicing the break, practicing his jump shots, which you could have seen on social media. Has not taken up the game full time just yet, but definitely did make an impression at that exhibition match. I'm sure he shocked quite a few people at the level in which he played this game and how easy he made it look. His pattern play timing was very good. Played a few of those shots that power down the cushion too. He has put out a statement that he really enjoyed playing this game. So yeah, we do hope to see him playing this game at this level in the future. And if you are looking for those exhibition matches, I believe they are on the WPAlive.tv page, as well as YouTube also, I think. I have heard some people seen that match on YouTube, so you can have a look. But I do know it was live on the WPAlive.tv page. Yeah, and watching that match, I think you'll be a little bit surprised at how naturally he plays this game. He is one of the only few people in the Q Sport world you can use the term genius about, of course, so naturally able to just get right into any Q Sport discipline he plays. But yeah, his shot selection, his ball selection, shot selection, his routing, and even the way he timed the ball on this table was excellent. That's the third one. That's the third one down the cushion that he's missed in this match. Look, I'm pretty sure Ronnie will be invited to quite a few major Heyball tournaments, especially in China. Do I think he'll leave snooker? No. But I definitely think that he might play a few of these tournaments, a few of the tournaments in the year, especially the big ones. And if you look at the players that we've seen, the snooker players that we've seen at the Grandmasters finals, sure, we've had Stuart Bingham. We have Matthew Selt here at the moment. We've had Stuart Bingham. We've had Mark Williams. Mark Williams has done quite well in these tournaments. So I definitely think it is on the cards to see him playing at least one or two Heyball tournaments in a year. I think it'll be a big draw card as well. He is one of the biggest draw cards in the world of Q Sports. If there's a match where Ronnie's playing, everyone's watching. And I'm sure many people would love to see how he proves himself on the stage. Now, after that missed 10 ball, it's a great opportunity for Zheng Zhaohai to equalize. He's left himself slightly topside of the one ball, which means cue ball naturally comes down table. Yeah, that's a bad shot. It's not often I say that, but that is a very bad shot. So I've watched this young man play quite a bit, especially recently, the last 2 weeks. Now, the way he'd normally play that, being where he was, he'd top it through, he'd come off the left side cushion, bottom cushion, around just past the black ball. Absolutely natural, the confident way to play it. There's very low chance of being snookered behind the black ball like that. You are almost guaranteed to be on the 6. But the pace control has not been there. And I think that's the reason he's not taken that shot. That's a good pot. That's an excellent recovery shot. You shouldn't have needed it, but nonetheless, good recovery pot to the center pocket. And he's made that black ball in. He gets a 7-point on the board. After 14 frames played, we are all square. 7 all in this race to 13. And I do think our next match is going to be slightly delayed. I don't see this finishing before 6 p.m. local time. It is 20 past 5 at the moment. We are supposed to have the international players playing. That is the one loss bracket of the international players, 64 down to 16, playing at 6 p.m., which is in 40 minutes' time. I don't see this match finishing in 40 minutes. Now, Zheng Zhaohai used to play American pool. I was looking at his background. He was an American pool player. And I do think that it was during the pandemic that he switched over to Heyball. 24 years of age at the moment, Zheng Zhaohai. He's got quite a few titles behind him on the American pool table as well. He was junior team and Chinese youth champion in China early in his career. He has quite a 9-ball background behind this player, but he plays this game to an extremely high level as well. And I have statistics on him in the Joy Heyball tournaments from last year's Grandmasters finals, where he finished in the top 24. After that, it's been top 16 finish, runner-up, a few top 64s, more runner-ups. And that's the level that he's played this game at. More top 16 finishes, top 12, top 8. Really, it is his time. But at just 24 years of age, it's surely going to come. He's definitely one of those players to watch out for.
10秒，延时。
If you are looking for the schedule or the draw, the live scores as well, that is posted on our Facebook page, WHT World Heyball Tour. Should be about 24 hours ago that it was posted, so just scroll down. It's the third post where you'll see the schedule for the upcoming days as well as the draw flowchart live score links for the international bracket and the Chinese bracket as well. And if you don't find it there, it's been shared to my personal Facebook page also. At the moment, this is a bit better from Zhao Ruliang. He's managed to release the black ball nicely here. This 14 is going to need potting down the cushion. Now hasn't had the best luck with these balls in this match so far. Looks good, it's there. Just needs one good positional shot here to get onto the 13 with an angle to get the cue ball high enough for the black ball into the center pocket.
15局，赵如亮胜，比分8比7。谢谢。
冰速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，冰速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。冰速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。 好胶边应塑造，好胶边应。
第16局，赵如亮开球。10秒。10秒，延时。
So at the moment, 16th frame underway, 8-7 to Zhao Ruliang. And there is a possibility for Jing Zhaohai to make it 8-all. We will have another player break after this frame. And that's worked out well, that little kiss on the 3. has opened up the gap to the 15, which means all he needs to do is get the cue ball out center table for the 10 ball. Better. Definitely better. Now, earlier in this match, he did miss a black ball very similar to this. It's uncharacteristic, but he missed it. Needs to get it this time. Gets it and equalizes. The score is 8-all in this race to 13 losers bracket match. And that should bring us to our 16-frame player break.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要求杆，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久， 世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，郑霄怀开球。哪个？9号跟黑帮。这是，哎，不好意思，前3颗，然后后面我们尽量白紧，就是这3颗。专试一下。可以，那我尽量手给你紧一下。 以即可进攻。暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，郑潇华开球。
And we are back after that player break. Just before the break, Zheng Xiaohai equalizing to 8-all at that 16 frames played. Zhao Ruliang had quite a convincing lead, but he's lost it. And breaking better now is Zheng Xiaohai in the 17th frame.
10秒，延时。
He did check the rack and must have found balls were not touching, so asked for it to be re-racked, which is allowed. Only under the conditions that there is definitely a ball has moved or is not touching. But let's see if he can make the most of this opportunity. This is a race to 13 winners break format. Now, for you viewers on the Facebook stream, I see that our stream is reaching 7 hours 55 minutes, and usually at 8 hours Facebook does cut the stream. So what we will do is I will cut the stream just now and restart it immediately. That is for our Facebook viewers. YouTube should not be a problem, as we do have the stream on or running the entire day. Now, what I can see on the YouTube stream, and if the Facebook viewers are interested, there is quite a debate going on about the different cue sports: English 8-ball, American pool, snooker, and Heyball. So I'm not really gonna get into that debate with you guys. I've been watching the comment section. And usually those debates do get quite heated. As long as you guys keep it civil, there's no problem at all. What I will say though is Heyball is a totally different game. It really is a hybrid sport. I think it takes the best aspects of the different cue sports that are mentioned and puts them into one. You have the pattern play coming from pool. Then you have the English 8-ball, the tactical play from English 8-ball, which you'll see players like Mick Hill, Jack Whelan, and Gareth Potts using when there is a need to use it. And then, of course, the nap cloth, the cushions, the pockets from snooker. That's where your cueing has to be perfect. Center white is so important. Alignment is more important. So that's what I'd say. It takes the best from everything, from all the cue sports, and puts it into one hybrid sport. Which I think is why it's so difficult for a player to come from playing another cue sport and come immediately into this game and just win it. They have to definitely spend time playing this game at a very high level, preferably spend time in China playing this game to get the best results for themselves. So far, I think first time in this match that we've seen Zheng Xiaohai be exactly where he wants to be position-wise when he's making a clearance. And he has done. He takes the lead. He is 9-8 up now against Zhao Ruliang. Not only is he 9-8 up, that is our first break and run for the match, courtesy of Jing Zhaohai. So we've got so far 4 one-visit clearances. It's 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs from Jing Zhaohai, and just the 1 rack and run from Zhao Ruliang.
第18局，郑霄怀开球。10秒。
Try break this time from Jing Zhaohai brings Zhao Ruliang to the table. And they are still quite a few frames away from the finish line at 13. This match much longer than we would have expected, almost up to 4 hours of playtime. That's solids in play. As you can see, the 6 does go. Now, if he takes the 6 cleanly without making contact with the 14, it means that he can use the 14 with the 5. So the route I see that he could take here, looks like he could take 1, straight line it up for the 4 into the center, then make his way over to the left side, play the 6, use 1 cushion, come across, play the 5 next. That's exactly what I thought he's going to do, but he's lost the cue ball. Cue ball pots into the center pocket.
10秒。 18局，郑潇怀胜，比分10比8。谢谢。
我是代言人郑卫国，新兴暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人雨龙海，新兴暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚炳杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
第19局，郑潇怀开球。10秒。10秒。5、4。
And as you can see, it looks like Zheng Zhaohai is on his way to that victory line. He's playing slightly better at the moment. Managed to make the comeback to 8-all at the break. Managed to take the lead. He's now 2 frames in front of Zhao Ruliang. Look, I did expect things to change in this match. I expected both these players to really come full attack in this match and for us to see quite a lot of break-in runs and rack-in runs, but wasn't meant to be. It's been a fight thus far. It's taken a lot of grit from these players. I can guarantee you they aren't very happy with how they have been playing, as both these players are perfectionists on the table. But I've said it before in commentary, not every match is just going to be break and runs followed by rack and runs and one visit clearances. There are going to be matches like this. It's almost impossible to be playing at 100% all the time, although these players come very close to doing that. Now what really shows grit is, even when you aren't playing at your best, at your peak, if you can still make the clearances, still get the points on the board, not let it affect your state of mind. But then again, it does help that these two players at the table know exactly what they are capable of. I mean, Zhao Ruliang, winner of 2 of these station events. Xing Zhaohai, finalist in 2 of these station events. Playing with a little bit more finesse at the moment is Xing Zhaohai. I expect him to get nicely on the black ball right behind it. Judge that perfectly and yeah, much better from him. He gets that 11th point on the board, leading Zhao Ruliang 11 frames to 8 in this race to 13. Now our session for the 6 p.m. session, we were supposed to have Warathanan Sukrathanas on the TV table, but I see we've already started that session. This is the last remaining game from the 2 p.m. session in the Chinese group. The internationals are playing at the moment on the outside tables. That is the losers bracket of the international group. 48 players left. We started this morning off with 64, now at 48. As we make our way down to the final 16 international players. It is double elimination, but losers bracket on at the moment, which means losers of those matches unfortunately go home. So 16 matches underway, which means we'll eliminate another 16 players. So by the end of today, just 32 international players remaining. Now the players that do win their matches tonight will continue in the losers bracket. They'll be playing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Winners bracket will also be playing tomorrow at 10 a.m. And the way this double elimination works is if you stay in the winners bracket, you only play once a day. So you play a 10 a.m. morning match and you are off for the rest of the day. You can practice, rest, take care of yourself, get ready for the next match in the morning. If you are in the losers bracket, however, you are playing twice a day. At the moment, it's 2 race to 13. So when we are into stage 3, we go race to 15, 16, race to 17, 19. So playing 2 of those a day, it really starts to take its toll on you. That's why it's so important to make sure you try so hard, although it is double elimination, to stay in that winner's bracket. He's made that nicely. He looks to be on the 9 as well. Yeah, this is good play from Jing Zhaohai. He's kicked it up another gear. Yeah, 10 ball is slightly awkward with the 7 right behind it, but I really do expect him to get good position on it. Decided to go into the 7 as well. That makes things much easier. It's just a matter of getting the bottom of the table back to the top. So far, this match going on for over 4 hours. Managed to hold the cue ball. He's got an angle on the 13, slightly low on it to get the cue ball up for the black ball. Yeah, has definitely taken it up a notch in the previous few frames, has Jing Zhaohai. The focus is there, the position is there, the potting is there as well. As Jing Zhaohai gets his 12th point, he's 12-8 up against Zhao Ruliang after 20 frames played. And that is 2 consecutive break-in runs for him. He's currently on 3 break-in runs, 2 rack-in runs. Zhao Ruliang on 1 rack-in run. There we go. There's the 2 consecutive break-in runs. Not forgetting, just a week ago on the TV table, 7 consecutive break-in runs for Jing Zhaohai. That's the level at which this player can play this game at. So that 3rd break and run, 2nd consecutive one, puts him on the hill. 12-8 up in this race to 13. It's winner's break format, and don't forget, this is a loser's bracket match, which means loser of this match, unfortunately, out of the tournament. We've already eliminated Chu Bingjie earlier today. He was eliminated by Tang Shunshao in the loser's bracket match as well.
10号球接虎。10秒。
Yeah, better now from Zhao Ruliang as well, as it needs to be for him to stay in this match. His opponent on the hill in this race to 13. He's 4 behind his opponent. At the moment, capitalizing on that dry break from Jing Zhaohai, just as it looked like the momentum shifted. Cubo's going to come out perfectly. He's judged this absolutely spot on. That is a second rack and run for Zhao Ruliang as he gets his 9th point on the table. Score is 12-9 now in favor of Jing Zhaohai.
卓越商城优质台球配件在线购物平台，乔氏甄选，品质无忧，精选一线品牌入驻，携手打造台球配件新品，专业服务团队，贴心售后，全程无忧购物。
球房配件选卓越，省时省力更省心。
第22局，赵如亮开球。
Zhao Ruliang to break in this 22nd frame. 7 almost goes in, it's not there. The 5 also It's gonna be an opportunity for Jing Zhaohai to close out this match.
15号球贴库。
Yeah, black ball is slightly tied up on the table. If he takes the 5, use the 5 to open up the 4. Decides to leave it, which means that the black ball does go the way it is, and he can use the 4 to get to it. Also, it is a slight insurance policy, just being down the cushion from the 15. Yeah, this match is now coming down to this shot on the 4 ball. He's left it there so he can get across for the black ball into the same pocket. Needs the cue ball heading towards the 14. He needed a little bit of good fortune there, but he's not got it. Needed a full ball kiss on that 14 ball. Yeah, you can see it looks like the slightest part of that black ball, very little. To me, that doesn't look like it's a potting angle though. best he can do if he can see it. It's overcutting it, getting in front of that pocket. Pressure on Zhao Ruliang though. There is a lot of pressure on him to make this clearance, or at least get that cue ball safe. And we do apologize if there are any network issues on the stream. We are aware of the issues throughout the tournament, but doing our best to fix it. And also, we do hope you guys can understand that it is not easy to get a live feed out of China, especially through the Great Firewall. But we are trying our best to bring you the best feed we can from this tournament on our live pages. So just do bear with us, please. Decides to take the black ball out to free the 15, but I don't think he's going to want to pot that 15 the way it lies. He's going to try and find a way to just get the 15 off the cushion. And this is a clearance to stay in the tournament now for Zhao Ruliang, not only to win the match, but to stay. And yes, jump shots are allowed in the game of Heyball. Haven't seen one though. Oh, we did earlier in this match. Jing Zhaohai snookered himself behind his own ball, so he did have to use a jump shot. He's going to use the 9 as cover if that didn't go in. As you see, he did that. Yeah, quite tough to jump from distance in this game, especially on the tighter pockets. But with each tournament, we see the players getting better and better. Now potting from distance, potting, making position, even on this table. Looks good. Looks really good for Zhao Ruliang. Great opportunity for him to get his 10th point on the board. And makes the clearance, gets that 10-point. Score is 12-10 in favor of Jing Zhaohai. Not able to close out the match just yet. It's not over. It is not over. Winner's break. Zhao Ruliang will be breaking. And this was the shot. This was the shot. He gets a full ball kiss on the 14. It's all over. He's going through to the next round and Ruliang's out. It's not meant to be just yet. We really do appreciate all the viewers on the streams. Thank you for supporting the streams and being on it and engaging with us as well. We are always looking at the YouTube and Facebook comments. So it is always nice to see you guys, and feel free to ask any questions if there's anything you guys want to know. A lot of power into that break once again. Don't see a ball in. It's yet another dry break. He's been making this comeback, but the breaks are not there. So you guys really took me seriously when I said you guys can feel free to ask any questions. Just kidding. Actually, I meant that. Yeah, the prize money for this tournament. So the Super Tour, which is on at the moment, champion, 2 million RMB. That is 277,000 US dollars. That's what the champion will walk away with. So the winner of this tournament wins the final on the 4th of January. So playing for around 10 days wins you 277,000 US dollars. Runner up 111,000. Third place 41,000. Fourth place 20,000. Fifth to eighth 9,000. Ninth to 16th 5,500. 17th to 32nd 4,100, and 33rd to 64th 2,700 US dollars. All those amounts are in US dollars that I've just mentioned, and once again the champion 277,000 US dollars. That's not a bad payday at all for playing for a few days. If you are looking for the flowcharts, brackets, or live scores, you can find that on our Facebook page. Be sure to search WHT World Heyball Tour. Follow the page, and you'll see the posts on the page regarding this tournament, the schedule, pictures from every day of play, as well as the flowcharts and live scores. Yeah, I don't think the link is in the YouTube description. What I will do is for tomorrow's matches, we'll try and get that there, but the links have been posted on our Facebook page. That is WHT World Heyball Tour, and you'll find all the links you're looking for on that Facebook page. this match now. 4.5 hours of play so far in this race to 13. It is the last match left from the Chinese group. Currently, the international players are playing their matches, their 6 p.m. matches. We were supposed to have a TV table match for that. It was supposed to be Warathanan Sukrathanas from Thailand. But they have moved that match to another table. Yeah, with that, his pace had to be perfect. In a shot like that, you're rather going longer than shorter. Worst scenarios, you don't come enough. And you snook it behind that black ball. Has to be so careful. He's hampered by the 11 in the pocket. That's his worry at the moment. He's a cue ball to travel. It has done. He's one shot away. It's going to be Zhao Ruliang concedes. And that is 13-10 in favor of Jing Zhaohai over Zhao Ruliang. He has eliminated Zhao Ruliang from the tournament. This was a loser's bracket match. Jing Zhaohai continues in the tournament and eliminates 2-time station winner Zhao Ruliang. Really appreciate all you guys for joining us. Thank you so much. We will be live tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time for more matches from the international brackets. We should have some highlights rolling on the screen. If not, we do hope you have enjoyed this tournament so far and continue to do so. Thank you guys so much. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events. I'll be back tomorrow with you guys. Thank you so much.